Someone. Ah, sorry. Alright, welcome everybody. How are y'all doing? I thought we could use a little exercise today. So a little dance dash, I think, is in order. And 64 Gamer. So, Liv is, of course, as always, being a little weird today, but I think the tracking is mostly working. We'll manage. So, it does look like a couple of songs have been added recently. Like Apartments. I was just looking through while waiting for commercials. And this one. So let's see. But yeah, how's everybody doing so far? Let's see. Yeah, let's try this one. Why not? We'll try it on hard to start. See how it is. But yeah, figured I could use a little exercise. check whatever that was in just a moment. I shall. I shall, Minty, I shall. How you doing, Minty? Been a minute. We're doing okay. We're hanging in. I got the sweat whisking mask on underneath the headset and keeps slipping. There we go. Let's see. I don't know whose remix this is of this, but I do love this little song. So let's see. Whoops. Whew. 3 misses, not too bad. Thank you, Dump. There we go. Cheers, everyone. Make sure you're hydrating as well. Do some Lone Digger.
Sound is ringing. They don't know what they're missing. Legs ain't got time to lay low. Your knees are bending, so it's time to get up and let go. Baby, can you move around the rhythm so we can't get within just a round and get us a rock and roll round? Down, down, body, body, coming with a super hottie. Let's go. So hell no, baby, can you move around the rhythm? 'Cause you know I'm living in the fast lane. Speed up, it ain't no game. Turn up all the beams when I come upon the best scene.
Whew. Missed 2.
Baby, can you move around the rhythm so we can't get within just a round and get us a rock and roll round? Down, down, body, body, coming with a super hottie. Let's go.
Forgot how much the Ninja Warriors OST kicks ass. Been a while. Hey, Catman.
Hey, brother, what you thinking? That good old sound is ringing. I couldn't wait. I couldn't wait for you to come and clear the cupboard.
Something about the videos broke again, it looks like.
Now you're gonna leave with nothing but a sign. Another evening I'll be sitting reading in between your lines. 'Cause I miss you all the time. So get away, another way to feel like you didn't want yourself to know and let yourself go. You know you didn't lose your self-control. There's no other rainbow. Turn away, another way to be where you didn't want yourself to go. Let yourself go. It's like So get away, another way to feel what you did on yourself to know and let yourself go. You know you do lose your self-control. This is not the right road. Turn away, another way to be where you do want yourself to go. Let yourself go. It's not so what do you want?
Hey Luna, how you doing? Oh, hey Crow. Thank you for the head pats. Stretchies, that's probably a good idea.
But now you're gone, nothing but a sign. Another evening I'll be sitting reading you.
And 5 squats, alright. Can do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And hydrate. Don't mind if I do. How we all doing? All right. Have a good class, Luna. Thanks for stopping by. Good to see you, hon. Just got done playing Tekken 7 on stream with some peeps. Nice. I did finally see that video that you posted in Zaire's Discord.
I couldn't wait for you to come.
Let's see. Sure, why not? was asked if you were a Heihachi main. It is a fun song, right? See, let's check that one out again since a few people have come in. This one looks like it was just added. Bit of a meme song. This kind of was all over social media for a while. So much so that even I saw it, so...
It's whatever you like. Turn this opposite into a club. I'm talking drink, this smoke, freak, party all night. Gumbe, go, what's up? Oh, oh, oh. Don't you want me like I want you, baby? Don't you need me like I need you now? Sleep tomorrow, but tonight go crazy. All you gotta do is just meet me at the...
Some of those hand parts are a little tricky. Whew. Whew. Four misses. We are out of practice. Hmm. Yeah, 17 misses. Damn, terrible. My floor mat's all shifted too. There we go. Maybe? Yeah, sure, why not? Hey, let's do Miku first. Ten misses. We've done better. Yeah, sure. Why not? Oops, that was the wrong hand. Whew. B. Alright, let's do a couple more here before we call it. We'll do this one on the Legend. So out of practice, if I manage to pass this on Legend, I'll be surprised. Whoops. Hey Casey, how you been? Figured I needed a little exercise today, so we're doing a little dance dash. Probably gonna be wrapping it up in a couple of songs here and then get to some Disco Elysium. Whew. But how you doing? Whew. We were able to do that last one on legendary difficulty. Let's see how we do on here. Jeez, 44 misses. Whew. Let's see. Do one or two more here. And then commercials will be starting anyway, so that'll be a good time to switch over, I think.
Maya, 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 vrei să pleci, dar numai ei, numai ei, numai ei, chipul tău și dragostea din tei, mi-amintesc de ochii tăi, ei. Vrei să pleci, dar numai ei, numai ei, numai ei, chipul tău și dragostea din tei, mi-amintesc de ochii tăi, ei.
Whew. So life is an unending hell of repeating the past forever. Played through vanilla MMX3 again. Dump, why do you do this to yourself? And oh boy, Project Zero fixes so much about that game, it's not even funny. Even just a little shit like being able to keep moving while firing off the second charge shot after getting X-Buster upgrade alongside No Mercy frames in between shots for bosses. Also, faster animation frames for Zero and X when using the saber, so you're less likely to whiff the ranged saber alongside being less likely to have your saber frames eaten via damage. Also, the ride armors can be used without getting the normal armor, plus some levels are retooled to have less backtracking in mind. It's all stuff that should have been in the retail from the get-go. Maybe it wouldn't be remembered as the black sheep of the SNES trilogy. Yeah, very much. Thank you, Minty. I shall. And then we'll call it here, I think, for Dance Dash, and we'll be back with some Disco Elysium after I have some sippies here. Cheers, everyone. Thank you, Minty. Well, after all that, I could use it. We're a little sweaty. My hip is a little wonky, but oh well, we're calling it for now anyway. So I will be back in a few with Disco Elysium. I'm going to we'll get switched out here. So we'll be back in just a couple. As will be starting in about a minute and a half anyway. So that's about perfect. So we'll be back in a little bit with some Disco Elysium. All right. I'll see you all in a few. Alright, welcome back, everybody. There I am. I was gonna say I should be popping up there in a second. That was good timing. I just sat down with my drink. Just as ads were ending. How we all doing? Are you all feeling invigorated after some Dance Dash? I know I am. Now I'm ready for some communism. I love communism. Let's get some disco capture in here. There we go. Hey, pal, how you doing? I'm doing well. I just finished some Dance Dash, so I'm a little out of breath. But now I'm ready for some politics. Whoops. Didn't mean to click that. We wanted to click continue. But yeah, I'm doing well. How are you doing? Think Kuno has anything to say?
Necromancer pig? That shit was dark. Going in there like that. Oh, brutal shit. Tell me. Kuno dies. You're gonna pick one out of his brain like that too? Kuno's gonna go out in a hail of bullets. Gonna look like a fucking porcupine.
Porta Rosa, a side alley of the Boogie Street Spearhead. A young man in his early 20s approaches patrol officer Emile Mullins and asks for a cigarette. As Officer Mullins reaches in his coat pocket for the pack of Astra he just purchased this morning.
So tired. Test is in a few days. What test? What are you testing for? I forget if you mentioned. I'm sorry. I apologize if you mentioned, then I don't remember.
Point blank in his chest. Breathless, the patrol officer collapses in the gutter. His right hand is grabbing the armor on his chest. The bullet didn't pierce it, but he can't breathe. On the pavement, the patter of the perpetrator's feet growing distant. Bleed pig. Someone opens a window and says, but Emile cannot see who. His sight grows dim with pain.
I'll be there for you, Kuno. You know what's a good line of work for getting shot? Don't be silly, you're a kid. Answer me some questions instead. Yeah, I'll be there for you, Kuno.
Yeah.
There's a dreamy look in his eyes. Talk to Manana about the armor. Raises his eyebrows, projecting aggressive
You should
indifference.
thank him.
Nothing. The tip really paid off. Good job, Kuno. Told me you promised to sick the pigs on him. He said to thank you. Wasn't too keen on chasing down the armor anyway. He said you're the new king of the entire Jamrock.
What? Don't be playing Kuno off as a snitch bitch. The oldest trick in the book, people.
Are you snitching, Kuno?
This is some ancient bullshit, people. Kuno would rather take 10 than snitch. Pigs full of shit. Get the fuck out of here.
Class just started. Alright, have a great one, Piao. Thanks for popping in. Hope it goes well for you. Good luck on the test. Try not to overwork yourself too much. Hang in there. Hey, Soup. Soup, you just missed Dance Dash. I know you know that song. Dang it. That I was mentioning.
You found a real nice button to push. Turned the tables on him. You're a little bit closer now to understanding this kid.
Damn, look at that.
It's not Kuno. It's Kuno S.
Interesting. How?
Kuno S is by far the worst of the two. Kuno has no problem being near you, but the other hides behind the fence, afraid for her life, like she's done something very bad. All in all, Kuno respects madness. You cannot hope to outdo her on that front. You must win yourself a few minutes with him alone.
Act on it. Try and separate them. Hey, Kuno.
Fuck's you whispering about?
He's whispering too. He's going with it. But watch what happens.
Fuck you whispering about?
If Kuno wants to whisper, he's gonna fucking whisper, okay? Let's whisper, pig.
This is it. You've got him. But be careful. You can still fuck this up. Don't make Kuno look bad in this.
Kuno, listen to me. She's trying to control you. We gotta get you out of here. What's up with her? She's terrifying. Crazy scary. Or phew. Glad she's out of our hair. She's fucked up. What's up with her? She's terrifying.
Crazy? You don't know the half of it. She's not crazy. She's insane. Dangerous. She's smoked a man. She's done people in. Probably even pigs.
Stop talking to him! Kuno, I'm fucking warning you! You're gonna get us into shit!
She understands what you're trying to do.
Yo, see? Did Kuno not tell ya? Kuno told ya. Kuno talks to whoever he wants. Talk, pig. Kuno's got it under control.
He hunches down again.
You did it. They're separated. He's even turned his back to her, so she can't read his lips.
What do you mean she smoked someone?
Kuno means she killed someone. That's right. She's a killer. Like, actually a killer.
His little green eyes are fixed on yours.
Really? Isn't she too small to overpower someone? You're serious about this killing business. What if she has, Kuno? That would explain things.
Killing is serious shit. Kuno's always serious about the 488. She's probably killed a pig too. I mean, I'm pretty sure she has.
Come on, she hasn't killed police officers, or, okay, how many cops has she killed then? Okay, how many cops has she killed
Forget
then?
Kuno said that. Kuno was just shitting. Kuno was just running his mouth. Kuno's stupid like that.
Feels eyes on the back of his head and stops.
The creature peers at you both from over the fence. There is something searching in her eyes. Fear.
You think she has anything to do with the dead man? You said she's insane. What's the language she uses? Napakiapi, Fagari. Is she your sister, or how are you dealing with all of this? What's that language she
Fuck
uses?
knows. She says it's the song of her people or some shit.
What people?
Crazy people. The fucking Nakis. I don't know.
Some things are too awful to dwell on. The Nakis and Runkaris might be some kind of defense mechanism.
Said she's insane.
Yeah, she's psycho.
Hey, Kuvo.
None of
Welcome,
that
welcome.
easy
How you
psycho
doing?
Cat burning shit. She does the real deal.
What's the real
No
deal?
radio shit. Believe me, pig, you don't want to know.
Think she has anything to do with the dead man?
Yeah, she would have liked to fuck him up, but she didn't. Kuno wasn't around, and C was with Kuno.
Where were you?
Look, Kuno's gonna put you at ease. We didn't do it.
Well, we know that. She your sister?
Fuck no, she's not my sister. She's just a stray who got in, like a mad dog or some shit.
Stray.
Yeah, she was just there.
He points at the apartment building behind the fence.
What was that, Kuno?
The little one twists her neck looking at the building.
She was in the hallway, dripping wet, by the fucking shoe rack, in the dark.
That hallway there with the janitor's closet?
Yeah, that's the place. She was just balled up near the closet, psycho style.
She was dripping wet.
Kuno's got no fucking idea. Her hair was all wet. I think she pissed on the floor too. She was there for 3 days, in the corner, every time Kuno went out.
Said she got in. How?
I don't know. Someone left the door open. Kuno comes home, and she's sleeping under the desk, under a pile of clothes, like a dog.
What about your parents?
Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit. Doesn't even see her there. or thinks it's fucking Kuno. Shit's all on Kuno.
Kuno, Kuno S, two of a kind.
Why is she called Kuno S then?
Because she fucking looks like Kuno.
You don't know her name?
No one knows her name. Kuno told you this shit was Psycho Killer.
How are you dealing with all this?
How's Kuno dealing? Kuno's dealing just fine. He doesn't need you fucking with any of it. C doesn't either. Kuno's got this shit under control.
Spits through the gap in his front teeth. She needs professional help. You can't do this alone. You need backup. I'm here for you. Okay, kid. She needs help.
Listen. C is Kuno's go-to. Kuno's protecting her. You fuck with C. You fuck with Kuno. You threaten her. You threaten to take her away.
This is what it all comes down to. He needs you to take him seriously now.
I'm going to kill you. I'll run when you put the cuffs on her, sneak up on you later, and fuck you up. Do you understand?
The boy looks you in the eye, black pupils trying to focus.
He may not be able to do it, but he will try. Right now, he believes he will.
Understood, Kuno. I can respect that. Or who are you kidding, kid? You can't take down a man several times your size. You'll end up dead yourself. I can respect that.
Now we can do business.
Business.
Yeah? What do you want? Kuno can hook you up with.
He starts no longer whispering.
Don't hook him up with shit, Kuno.
See? Relax. He respects the Kuno. Kuno made him respect the Kuno. You respect the Kuno, you get all kinds of shit. Kuno's gonna get you hooked on illegal narcotics if you run a little errand for the Kuno. Get you hooked, pig. Get his hook in you. Then Kuno gonna get you hooking for more. Cash in big style. Pig hooker. And shit, you can even fuck back in Kuno's kingdom. Kuno saw you sniff around that fucking pile of tonight. It's a secret door, okay? Just pull it off and fuck back in there.
He concludes the invitation with a benevolent nod. I want to discuss the body with you again, Kuno. About the crime scene, you kids often play in the yard. What was that about you running running you an errand and illegal narcotics, Kuno? Let's discuss the body again, real quick. Yeah, it looks like we're done with that.
Testing Kuno's patience, yeah.
Get lost.
So what was this about, illegal narcotics?
Kuno gets it from his dad. Kuno and his dad are major suppliers. That's where Kuno gets his lightning on. Problem is, Kuno and his dad had a little falling out. Now junkies clawing at Kuno's door. Streets going mad. Kuno's got to throw his dirty popo man at it.
Nod, okay. Or, this is very interesting, but I'll have to get back to you.
Dirty popo man is you. In there is Kuno's violent dad on steroids. Kuno's dad does steroids and speed. If you can take him, you can have half the speed.
Who's your dad, Kuno? I've made up my mind, and this is what's going to happen. Who's your dad?
Kuno's dad is a fucking monster. He's the most violent man in Revachol. He doesn't give a shit about a single thing. He drinks too.
Are you sure you can take on the most violent man in Revachol? In your condition?
How much material are we talking about?
Like half?
Half of what?
A baggie, but like in this vial.
That's not very much material at all.
What are you talking about? Half a G? This shit is giant, grade A shit. So clean you can barely see it.
You can barely see it because there's barely any.
Made up my mind, Kuno, and this is what's going to happen.
Okay, Kuno's listening.
I'm going in there, all guns blazing, to get that speed because I need it. I'm going in there, but not for the speed. I'm going after the most violent man in Revachol. I'm going in there for justice. I'm a narc, Kuno. I'm going to confiscate that crap. I'm going in there for justice. I'm a narc, Kuno. I'm going to confiscate that crap. Lie. You need speed. Or, I'm not going in there. I'm going after the most violent man in
Sure,
Revachol.
whatever. If you survive, make sure to bring that shit back to Kuno. Kuno's almost out. You wouldn't like the Kuno when he's out.
Best viewers? That's incorrect. We have the best viewers here. The best viewer bots are back. It has begun again.
Just get in the apartment building. Kuno knows you already fucked your way in. Kuno knows everything.
He aggressively points at his eyes.
Go to room 12, first floor, and kick down the door. Police violence style. Kuno style. And then it's action time. You're locked in the room with violent fuckhead. That's it. Next time Kuno sees you, you better have his shit.
What the hell are you signing us up for here?
I'm gonna kill Kuno's dad. I'm a bad ad cop, and I'm going to get my fix. Come on, Kim. Obviously, I'm not gonna take it. We need to get the drugs away from a minor.
Okay then.
Does he play in this
Right,
yard
Dick?
often?
This is where Kuno plays with his little wooden choo-choo. What do you want with it?
Dead man's clothes were in the trash container. How did they get there? The ladder, you ever climb it? What's in the greenhouse over there? I might have questions later. Well, we're pretty sure we know who put the clothes in the container. I don't think it matters if he ever climbs that, you know, but...
Look at that fucking shit. You're trying to get Kuno killed.
So you would say that ladder is unclimbable.
Fuck does Kuno know? Kuno's not a fucking acrobat.
The lieutenant takes a quick note in his notebook.
It's a trap, Kuno! Don't climb it, Kuno!
What's in the greenhouse over there?
No. Kipta's gardener used to work there.
Hold on, the gardener used to work there.
Yeah, that's what Kuno said. She couldn't handle the heat, so she took off. Kuno can take it. Shit's nothing to Kuno.
We know who he's referring to. Yeah, it turns out she's a union fixer.
What does this have to do with the Kuno? Kuno doesn't give a shit who she is.
You were expecting relaying this information to him to be more rewarding, right? Telling him you found out she isn't a gardener. You know what you should do if you want to get rewarded? Drugs. Drugs are more rewarding than work. Or alcohol, if you don't want to do drugs. Alcohol is just as rewarding, but it isn't a drug. This has been going on for quite a while, hasn't it? You've been thinking about drugs and alcohol for a long time now. Juicy drugs. Tasty alcohol. Seems kind of boring now, going back to... What was this about? Some yard? Yards aren't interesting. Only drugs are interesting. Drugs and alcohol. You feel sad now, but what can you do? Life has to go on. With a heavy sigh, you say,
Electrochemistry, Jesus Christ. Dead man's clothes were in the trash container. How'd they get
Yeah,
there?
Kuno doesn't know shit about that. That shit is beneath Kuno.
I need to know. It could be a lead in the investigation. Someone may have tampered with the murder scene.
Listen. Kuno doesn't care about this small-time shit. Just listen. Kuno saw what you did there, dumpster diving. Sad shit. Kuno could hook you up with some sweet rags. Shit like Kuno's wearing. Your size, good price. 500 real.
you'd have to be blind not to notice the giant white letters, F-A-L-N, running down his trouser leg.
Wait, I asked you what happened to his clothes. You must have seen them lying around. All right, entertain me. What's so great about these pants? No, Kuno, you don't have anything about the tampering. The tampering I'm investigating, and I already have pants.
Look, Kuno ain't seen shit lying around. Except for that you took away. Now you want performance gear or not, Grandpa?
The lieutenant remains silent, but his expression couldn't say, "I told you so," any louder.
All right, entertain me. What's so great about these pants?
These are found modulars. Liquid fit, performance crotch, urban survival shit. Made in Mirova by scientists. Pants scientists.
Pants scientists.
Believe it.
The
you
worst
need this
scientists.
shit.
I hate pants.
These could drastically improve your chances of survival in the urban wilderness. Coach Physical Instrument endorses these pants. They are tartan ready.
I might be interested in the pants. Let's talk about this later.
Alright, pickle. Shit shit's rolling.
Don't do business with the pig, Kuno. He's gonna steal all your money, Kuno.
As you can see, Kuno and C don't trust you. Can't do business without trust.
There's more to his distrust than being a pig. He feels threatened by something obscure in you. What that is, however, remains a puzzle for now.
Let's see, might have questions later. There's also this mug in the trash. Again, we're pretty sure we know whose mug this is, but
The fuck? A mug in the trash? Is this about the fucking clothes again?
yes, does this racist mug have anything to do with it? Yes, does this adequate depiction of a South Samoan man have anything to do with it? Yes, does this quaint, better not taken out of its historical context mug have anything to do with it? Actually, talking about this makes me uncomfortable. Let's back up a notch. Does this racist mug have anything to do with it?
Kuno sees where this is going. Kuno's got that fast brain. You saying you pigs are after the mug fucker? Cause he's the clothes fucker?
I can't hear you, Kuno. Speak louder, Kuno.
That's exactly what I'm saying, Kuno. Someone has tampered with the crime scene and cleaned up some of it.
Shit, that's tense. Someone's going to the beat-down basement, huh? Mug guy gonna get tied to the radiator.
He nods in approval.
The kid may have something there. He's already come up with an interrogation technique, too.
Kuno doesn't know who put that shit in there. And if he did, he wouldn't squeal. But if you find out, maybe you can...
Stop turning into a pig, Kuno. They're trying to get you hooked on the snitching. Get away from my Kuno.
Yeah? Get your bacon shit away. Kuno doesn't like to be seen with the popo. Get your shit done and out of Kuno's face.
Might have questions later.
Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit.
Do we want the pants? Those are some pretty nice pants. It adds to our savoir-faire and physical instrument. It's pretty nice pants. $15 is a lot of money.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Kuno doesn't care. Alright. Moving on. Let's see, we have a traffic jam to continue investigating.
Now it's turning into a kind of a snow limbo, man. What's on your mind?
Seem like a man who knows about drugs.
Ah, man. Me and narcotics go way back. Had some good times surfing the psychic waves of my own consciousness, you know? But those days are behind me. There are other addictions in my life now. Why the inquiry, my man?
Just be straight with him.
Do you finance those other addictions with drug trafficking? I need to get high and I'm looking for a dealer. Let me get this straight. Let me be straight with you, rather. I'm trying to figure out who's smuggling drugs out of Terminal B. Suggestion suggests we just be straight with them.
We have a
Let's try it.
critical lead, sir. Someone on this roundabout is waiting for a bulk shipment from the harbor to load it on their lorry and drive it to Jamrock.
Not me, man. No way. I don't need any trouble. Shit's bad enough anyway. This jam's got folks up in arms, and I'm afraid it's headed toward a conflagration.
Wait, then why are you still hanging around, or who do you think could be conducting the drug trade then?
Look, man, I try to stay away from the criminal underbelly of Revachol. I'm a guest here. You really need to find another man to probe with those questions.
We'll leave him alone. Tommy seems alright.
An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island, pointing toward the sea. It looks as if it's... The woman still has her eyes fixed on the photograph. In
Hey,
her
Cameron.
hands, in the background, the radio plays.
If you want her attention, you may need to be more forceful.
Snap your fingers twice.
Where am I? Who are you?
Like a magician recalling a subject from hypnosis, you've jolted her back to reality.
The smile on her face has disappeared, replaced by the wary aspect of a cornered beast.
was actually hoping you could tell me that. You all right, ma'am? You were out. Or me, I'm the law around here.
Never mind. I remember now. I'm still stuck in that traffic jam in the 50s.
She adds with contempt. Wait, what's so bad about the
The
50s?
men have the small jaws and everything is made out of plastic. Why do you need plastic when you can make the world out of amber?
Where else would you be then?
Back in Mecca, during the time of the revolution, the sidewalks and cafes are filled with young people. I was on my way to see a new Boyadero picture starring Gabriel Buendero. Until you came along, that is.
The look she gives you is accusatory. Who's Gabriel Buongiero?
This is Gabriel Buendero.
She shows you a photograph in the lavish amber frame.
A strikingly handsome man looks straight at you, his head crowned with a wide brim hat. His hair is dark as an oil slick, and his jaw the most perfectly chiseled thing you've ever seen. This man's got a hold over her, even 50 years later. You can feel it.
He was the biggest star of his day. Girls used to faint in the aisles of cinema whenever he came on the screen. And schoolboys used to memorize all his lines.
She leans back, savoring the world she's conjured up. So I take it you were in Musk when you were young.
Someone was.
She nods, as though her meaning was perfectly clear. Someone? Are these not your
They are
memories?
someone's memories. What difference does it make if it's me or not?
Missed the deleted message. Was it advertising the best? It was, in fact, advertising the best viewers. Hey, Pip. How you doing? We just finished up a little dance dash earlier, so now we're back to Disco Elysium.
They're beautiful. That is all that matters. Beautiful and true. And they will win. They're coming for this, you know? All of this.
She seems to derive some bitter pleasure from this strange thought, as if the past will one day wipe the present away, like a tidal wave approaching.
Sorry to interrupt your dreaming, ma'am.
I wasn't dreaming. I was there, Loman. It was early spring, and
Hey,
the man
Zaire.
behind the black sun had just come out. The posters were 20 meters tall. Everything was golden.
Her eyes narrow, and she appears to take your measure. Did you notice, Soup? Because you were complaining, I gave you VIP. Are you happy? Did you notice? I gave you VIP. Soup is the best viewer. He somehow manages to watch every stream. Like every stream that everybody has. He is simultaneously in all streams. Yeah, Soup's a notice. Soup's also the best noticer. Soup notices everything. Everywhere you go, your VIP except Zaire's stream. Damn. But I love this. I love this whole thing. If you missed previously when they brought up talking about the Pale. A cheap Lenovo laptop just for my stream. Excellent. Excellent. You missed the dance dash though, Soup. We did the apartment song like twice. I know you know that song. You want the big ass pink diamond. I gave you have it there. Look, Soup, you have the pink diamond. I gave you a goddamn pink diamond. But I love this. I love this whole concept. Like, this poor woman has been out in the Pale for so long. She doesn't even know where her memories end and other memories begin. And it doesn't matter to her. I love it. Don't need the big diamond. You have a big diamond in your heart. Mm-hmm. Amongst other things inside you sometimes.
While you, people, were tearing each other apart over your petty little revolution. In meth, it was a golden age. Why not, Harife? It's not like I have anything better to do in this hellhole.
She settles back against the railing of her motor lorry. Behind her, mountains of memorabilia, photos, and knickknacks line the dashboard.
There's something off about this woman. Tell her to show you the soles of her boots. Maybe she was at the hanging somehow.
What are you hauling?
Diamonds.
Diamonds? Really?
Of course not. But wouldn't it be marvelous if I was?
Okay, but what are you really hauling?
Whatever stupid things they put in the lorry, I imagine.
So you don't know what you're hauling in your own lorry?
I quit concerning myself with that a long time ago. Besides, I don't drive the lorry for the cargo, if you know what I mean.
Oh, your legs are already killing you? Aw. Boy, just that hour of Dance Dash today, it was already enough to wear me out. I need to get back to exercising more. Particularly because apparently Ronaldo sent me like a little package that should be coming soon. And he said it includes something that he doesn't know will fit, but he thinks it'll be nice. That he would send with, yeah. So we'll see. Whatever it is, it probably will not fit if it fits him. So yeah, I need to get back on the diet. Because he's a tiny boy. The package, yeah. The dork put, like... the dork addressed it to Bunky Samurai. Gotta know what's in there. I know, I'm wondering. He totally didn't tell you what it was. Oh, you know? Oh. I'm dying to know. He sent me a package. Yeah, he's sending me his package. He addressed it to Bunky Samurai, and it has stickers on it that say "woof," "bark," and "ah." And all he has mentioned is, like, yes, it has, like, an old mic of his and something that he's not sure if it'll fit, but he's sending it anyway. You're only telling me so you can tease me not to ruin the surprise. No, I wouldn't expect you to. Supposedly it should be here soon, so we'll know soon.
She says that as if something narcotic is the real reason.
Wait, you get high off of driving a lorry? What if the cargo is contraband? Or I guess that makes sense, minding your own business. Wait, you get high off of driving a lorry?
It's so much more than a high where I go, Harife. It's low. I go to the bottom.
She closes her eyes in reverie.
Yeah, it's definitely some kick. Some terrible kick. The pal, probably. This pal sounds like it's the shit.
What if the cargo is contraband?
It's contraband, Lowman. What? Do you want to take an old woman in? Be my guest. Lock me away like bad hand Hermenegildo.
I still don't really understand this whole boyadero thing.
Of course not. To truly understand the boyadero, you need to listen to On the Western Plain.
Okay, what's that?
It's an old ballad about a young girl who falls in love with a daring boyadero.
Sending me a magnum.
Marry her as soon as he returns from the Western Plain.
It might be too small, yeah. Well, we you know, we'll see, Crow. Okay, really, after that one. Goodness soup. I'm guessing that doesn't happen.
Of course not. The Boyadero returns from the western plain a changed man. One night, as he and his beloved are out walking along the river Madrid, she pleads with him to give up his riding and settle down.
I think I see where this is going.
So the Boyadero strangles his beloved and throws her body in the Magret. Then he rides off, because the western plain is calling to him.
That's not where I thought that was going.
You have to understand. A true Boyadero needs a whole horizon to himself. He can't be tied down by man or woman. His beloved was selfish. She didn't know what it meant to love a Boyadero.
What if to truly love a boyadero is to float lifeless downstream?
Before I came, you seemed away.
She's just a distracted old woman. We should maybe let her get back to her things.
You hear that, Loman? I don't think your partner likes you spending too much time with me.
Wait, why is that, Lieutenant? Should you drive a lorry if you get like that? The routes you drive are unusual, aren't they? Or okay, let's change the subject. Why is that, Lieutenant?
Nothing. I just don't think she's connected to anything.
The routes you drive are unusual, aren't they?
Some of them are like home to me now. I would say the routes I drive are usual to me.
Aw. Okay, get some rest, Crow. Feel better, maybe take a nice long bath if you can. Soak your legs. Or, get a nice bunny to massage them for you, one or the other.
Lomonosov's land, Udashnaya's Zemlya, Western Plain.
She nods and closes her eyes again, letting her mind
A
submerge.
terrible cold comes over her, rattling her teeth as she stares inward.
Would be lovely, wouldn't it?
The Transcatholia Magistral. You for 1A. Adestradas Dumira. All the good ones. The deep trenches. Where the
Aw, thank you,
bluebirds
Andy.
fly.
I'm something of an expert in blacking out. You should take better care of yourself, or cool. Ride until you're dust, sister.
You're right, Loman. I'm the one who should take my health more seriously. Thank you for looking out for me.
A correct appraisal. You're quite shabby.
Is that all you woke me up to say?
I think I know what's going on with
And
you.
What is that?
You're a pale driver. You transport through the pale.
Great. He asked the Pines rep about the pale, and now he's talking to everyone about it. Fine then. Just try not to black out again, and don't contemplate. We don't have time for that.
I didn't black out. Oh, I'm contemplating, Kim. I'm drawing existential conclusions from this. Yeah, no, just for detective work. That's all I'm needed for. Now. Everything is related to the pale. My condition, the case, everything. It's all entropinetic. Oh, I'm contemplating, Kim.
Exactly what I didn't want you to do. Ma'am, my partner wanted to know if you work in pale transport.
No offense. But your partner?
She lights a cigarette. A white and silver cloud of smoke disappears into her mouth.
Seems like a bit of an idiot.
She breathes out. The air tastes sweet. I blacked out after a night of heavy drinking and lost all memory of the world. I blacked out from sheer heartbreak and lost all memory of the world. I'm not an idiot. I'm a detective of the RCM. Don't say I'm an idiot. I mean, it definitely seems to be the heavy drinking. But I think it's actually both of these things.
Like Gabriel Buenguerro in Pergunte a Poeira. You're the opposite of me, then. I remember everything. Even things I never knew.
Things you never knew.
The smell of liquor on Gabriel's lips after the shoot. In the motor park. The roses on the day of Franco Negro's coronation. On the grand stairs of Raya. The smoke from the Fowling piece when Dolores Day was shot. The look on her face, like an orgasm. The wound in her chest. My hand in my father's hand. Except I never had a father. And I never shot her innocent Dolores Day.
Over radiation?
Heroic doses, Harifia. Heroic.
Isn't that dangerous?
Thought insertion, dithering, the Grat Catala Magistral. It's more than dangerous. It's sad. But at first I had to make a living. Now, when you've seen it all go away like that, rolling off like the sea, and then come back to this.
She gestures at the square, the broken horse monument, the clanging of machines in the distance.
What are we doing here? For thousands of years, Gabriel. It doesn't have to be like this. We can just give up. We can just become a vapor.
What does it look like, the Pale? What does it feel like? How do you pass through it? One last thing. You said we can just become vapor. What's it look like?
Looking into the ocean at night, in the dark.
And
You cannot see it, but you know it's there. And it's big, bigger than anything. Bigger than all the other things combined.
what does it feel like?
Nothing. Until it starts. When you are deep enough. Then, for me, it's like autumn. Dark, gray, and orange. The orange of street lights and the color of streets and electric light. It smells like autumn too. It smells terrible.
Nostalgia. Cooped up in the cabin, shaking. Terrible nostalgia. For yourself. For humans. It's too much to bear. She loves it.
How do you pass through it?
In the belly of an airship, behind the steel windows. So you don't look straight into it. It's not advised to look into it.
Not on this lorry, then.
No, the same one, a roller. They all are nowadays. Special wheels for connecting to the floor of the hold.
She points to the machines clumped up like toys. One last thing. You said we can just become vapor.
Yes.
I would rather have what I have than what you have. I would rather have what you have than what I have. I feel I already have what you have in some way. We do seem to be able to sense things that are not actually, we have some sort of extrasensory perception. Whether it be the esprit de corps, or shivers, or what are they? Inland Empire. Not to mention a preternatural understanding of and kind of connection with our very psyche, our very reptilian brain, our limbic system, and all of the various things that encompass us. We kind of already have what she has in a way.
They say there's a point. One that I have not crossed. In the Pale, super deep. If you stray too far, of course, on the U41A, or in Lomonosov's land, where every step you take is one step further from home, no matter the direction. It's a point you cannot come back from. Your mind becomes so radiant with the past, there is a flip. Instead of writing, it erases memory, nearing some kind of indescribable finale. Maybe you've been down the motorway south.
She looks at her cigarette. It's almost out. She has swallowed it hungrily. Then at you. The motorway south.
It's a story as lone horsemen tell. Lone horsemen, Jerife, not Pale drivers. Way beyond the established Pale that's lit by radio frequencies, where it goes silent and dark, and the process begins. Erasure, kilometer by kilometer, in any direction. The motorway south is a road you cannot come back from.
What's at the end of the motorway south?
No one knows what's at the end. I've only glimpsed the beginning. I've only felt it in the distance, when I was a child. A child rowing on the lake.
Ma'am?
Josiane.
A sigh escapes her lips, then silence as she stares within herself.
There is nothing more to do now. She's far away.
You've fried both your brains enough for today, detective. Let's get some air. This one's far gone.
Call the Mama Dakwa. It's not only your eardrums that register sound anymore. Your very skin has become an organ of hearing. Looking for a whisper, light and low. A god who's very, very silent. Nothing escapes you. A cockroach in the other room. A candy wrapper falling on dry grass. A drunk falling from a chair in a bar 20 meters away. In fact, you haven't heard the call du Mama Dakwa, but you have discovered that you have amazing hearing. It must be the only part of you the alcohol hasn't drowned out. Keep listening.
+3 perception, but -1 encyclopedia. We also unlocked the thought, the motorway south. At the edge of the map, the landmass begins to disintegrate into pure trigonometry. The ocean melts, becoming a tangle of sines and cosines. The mountain range turns into a sharp-angled azimuth. Its green rain shadow dithers like music turning into a waveform, and then vanishes. This is the end, a half-remembered textbook from your childhood, the porch collapsing on the edge of the Isola. A transition from reality to pale. A single vector shoots out like a rocket. It's the motorway south, splintering off from the known pale. To where? Where does it go? And have we been there? Is that what happened to our memory?
The woman looks at nothing. Girl child, you hear her say. Girl child, girl child.
We still had something we needed to
What
ask
is
her.
it? What do you want? Now what do you want with an old woman's boots, Sheriff?
It's for important police business. Please help me out here. It's important.
Please? I think you should let me get back to Gabriel Buenguerra. You are not Gabriel. Gabriel doesn't say please.
She's wearing sturdy worker's boots made of black leather. Buckles run across. The sole is also made of leather.
Now the other one, please.
Just before Gabriel, it was the coronation of Franco Negro. Now, there was a real man.
There's no aberration in the pattern that you can see. She puts her foot down.
Moreover, the boots were size 37. Tiny. There are too many discrepancies in all this.
Wait, by it being the coronation of Franco Conjero, you mean, or turn to Kim, she's not Odd's soul. These are not the boots that made the prince.
Hell damage. I was just holding my father's hand. He was descending the stairs in riot. The crowd had gone silent. There was dust in the air. Perhaps it was another Jerife who came and woke me up, looking at my boots, asking questions. Or perhaps it was one of the others in this carnival. I don't remember.
As she says carnival, she gestures to the empty square with the statue and the machines.
That's not
I
Odd's
could have told
soul.
you that from just looking at them. The size is 37.
The feet of a little girl, they fit well on the pedals.
You seem like a woman who knows a thing or two about
What
drugs.
do I need drugs for, Lowman? What I see, what I feel, the great adversary, no drugs can compare.
The adversary.
Yes, there is a protagonista and an adversario. I am on the side of the adversary. There's no coming back from that hole.
That's not really what I was getting at, or okay, let me ask you something else. That's not what I was
Then
getting at.
Where are you getting at?
This line of questioning is going nowhere. Try harder.
I wanted to ask if you'd be interested in smuggling some drugs. So that you're hauling
man,
exactly.
No man, what of it?
Okay, let me put it this way. Are you smuggling drugs from Terminal B?
Maybe, probably not. Makes no difference to me either way.
Said earlier that you don't know what cargo you're hauling. Could it be drugs?
Just this month, I made half a dozen trips from Saramiriza to Grad. And the U41A. What do you think they take from Saramiriza to Grad, Loman?
Drugs?
No, Loman. Diamonds.
She grins.
Damn this. Make her answer.
You're making fun of me right now. You better start complying. I didn't ask you about diamonds, did I? I don't care about that. If you had to guess, what do you think is smuggling? Who do you think is smuggling drugs around here? Okay, if you're not involved with the drug trafficking, then why are you still waiting here?
Diamonds are good for you, Loman. You should try them sometime. Make yourself pretty like Eva de Zoras.
If you had to guess, who's smuggling the
Easy.
drugs?
He's the skinny man who thinks he's a poet. Never trust a poet. Also, he's the only one I can see from here.
That's correct. There is no visibility of any of the others.
Okay, if you're not involved with the drug trafficking, then why are you waiting
Where do you
here?
want me to go? This isn't so bad. I can listen to music, or the seagulls. Look at all the colors and the features of this world. It's a good palate cleanser, this jamboree. Or I can just relax and let my mind carry me back where it will, to the Great Plains.
I think we're done here, no?
Thank you for now.
Let's go. Enough jamboree. I need to get back to Meski.
Her voice trails off. Well. She seems to think it would be our buddy up there, but he insists. He has no interest in such such things. Since he has other things to do.
Stuck in the traffic jam. This big, heavy Grad-made machine is well kept for such an old machine. The windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see a lorryman's cabin with personal belongings, stickers, insignia.
Now, we looked in here
Fumes
before.
of heavy fuel oil waft over you, making your eyes sting. The odor mixes with cigarette residue.
Yeah, it doesn't look like we missed anything in there. He insists he doesn't know anything about any drug smuggling with the lorry drivers. Let's ask our buddy one more time here.
Now it's turning into a kind of a...
Okay. Well.
You see a Samaran street vendor surrounded by a motley assemblage of goods. When he realizes you're looking at him, his face breaks into a wide, welcoming grin. The name Sile is embroidered over his breast pocket.
Happy shopping, officer. Everything's cool here.
Gives you a thumbs up. What's so cool?
Everything's cool. The goods are cool, the customers are cool, the place is cool. And one more thing, officer.
From out on the bay, a cool wind gathers. It sweeps into the city, tugging at the textiles hanging around the stand. Some distance away, the sound of a tin can clattering across the street can be heard.
You're very cool. Bang,
Makes-
bang, bang, bang.
Makes both hands into finger pistols and fires a few finger bullets into the air. Really? You think I'm cool? I'm not cool. Whether I'm cool is unimportant. I have police questions for you. Really? You think I'm cool?
Oh, yes. You got style. You got personal style. You know what you like.
He surveys his consumerist kingdom with an air of satisfaction.
You like premium menswear. Look around and browse. Everything looks cool on a guy like you. Take your time.
Settles back into the pile of boxes he's sitting on.
Don't be distracted by the flattery and funny man act. Questions.
Persuade him to give you some money. Yeah, good luck. 8%. Where are you from, Sealang?
Me? It's a boring story, officer. Who cares about the past? I'm all business now. All revolution.
But you're not local, are you? Or sounds good. Let's get back to business then.
Very sharp, officer. I'm Serais, from the Sigai province of the Serais Empire. The apricot suzerainty, you know?
Apricots are delicious. Why is it called that? Lots of apricots there?
The apricot suzerainty is what the Seaguy archipelago is commonly known as in Revachol. It's a bit of a fraught term, I'm sure you understand.
No, apricots come from Sigai. My grandma used to grow them. But Sigai is a shithole. That's why I came to Revachol. Here's much better for an independent entrepreneur. Less laws.
That should be fewer laws.
Speaking of, why not support an independent local entrepreneur? I send half my profits back to my grandma in Sigai.
Ads ought to be starting in a moment, so once they do, we'll take a little pause.
Well, if it's for his grandma, you should buy a lot of things.
So, Sealang, what's your stance on drugs?
Drugs? I don't go in for that, officer. Drugs ruin lives. Unless you're into drugs, of course. In which case, drugs are excellent. Mwah! Tasty, tasty drugs.
I'm super into drugs. I actually don't like drugs. Proceed. I'm super into
That's
drugs.
very cool. A lot of the coolest detectives do drugs. Sadly, I don't have any drugs on sale, or at my home, or on my person.
He smiles.
Sir, it appears to be true. No drugs in sight. Not in the box of sunglasses or under the speakers.
And then we have ads running. So I'm gonna go refill my drinks. I will be right back. Alright, we ought to be back. Alright. Back to it. Looking for a lorry driver who is transporting drugs out of the harbor. He or she is in this traffic jam.
That's even cooler. You investigating that and all. But I am not a lorry driver. I'm just a street vendor. I don't know anything about that.
But you are a lorry man. Another driver has identified you and your lorry.
Who said that? It's the fat racist, right?
Yeah.
I bet it's him. He has an agenda against me because I'm an immigrant who works harder than he does. He's a hater.
So you admit you're a lorry driver?
No, I just said I work harder and he's an asshole.
He stops to think.
Okay, maybe I'm a lorry driver too. A little. But that's not the most important thing about me. That's my day job. This is my dream.
So you forgot to tell me. So you were embarrassed to tell me or stop squirming. What do you know about the drug operation at the harbor? Silang, my sources tell me you're the one transporting drugs for the Union. And what, you were embarrassed to tell me?
Oh, I just forgot. It's such a small part of my life. It's in the rear view mirror now. I'm climbing out of that hole with ingenuity.
Stop squirming. What do you know about it?
I told you. I'm not a dumb guy. I don't get involved with that crowd.
And what crowd is that?
Crowd, you know, the drug crowd.
He doesn't want to talk about them. He's afraid.
What are you afraid of, Silang?
Look, there's bad people doing bad things here. That's all I know. Please don't get me into this mess. I've spent 15 years working my way up.
If you don't want to get into this mess, raise your voice. You have to give us a reason to move on. We're buddies, Silang. Help us out. No one will know it was you.
It's a she, okay? The other drivers call her the lady driver. You're better off staying away from her. The way they talk about her, she's no lady.
Who are these other drivers who talk? Is the lady driver the old woman back there? Points to the pale driver, dazed out, strange. Dazed out, strange.
I don't know. Maybe. If she is, I haven't gone near her. I don't get involved. I told you.
It could be. She was strange.
Who are these other drivers who talk?
All of them. I don't know. I told you all I know. Are we cool now? I really want us to be cool now.
Who exactly is talking about this lady driver of yours? The racist or the other one with the tattoos?
All of them. Even the ones who've left. I don't hang out with them. I don't remember who has tattoos.
Okay, we're cool now.
All right. I scored. Let's cap this off with a purchase. You can walk away from here with funky sunglasses, detective. Both of you. You deserve it.
8% chance. We could try.
Start with a little confidence,
Holy crap!
then work your way up from there. This is about business, remember.
You seem like a really successful entrepreneur. Would you like to support a member of the local police force?
Oh, okay. But why, officer?
After all this mess, the broken seals, lying to you, come on.
Think of it as an
An
investment.
investment? What kind of investment?
Or you could not make this about corruption and go with something even wilder.
It's an investment in me, a highly experimental human being. My risk-reward ratio is insane. Invest into me and not telling your employer about your operation here. I'm a policeman. It's an investment in good relations with the RCM. The guy told me I need money to live, otherwise it's game over, and I don't want to die.
A bold move. Let's see if it pays off.
Officer?
He is genuinely perplexed. I don't even want happiness or unhappiness. I just don't want to die. He said I was a cool cop, but it's not very cool to freeze to death on a cold park bench. I just want to not die.
Tugging at his heartstrings like that, doesn't it feel a bit manipulative?
Okay, officer. I can't leave a man in need like that. How much do you need?
10 real.
All right. This should help you get back on your feet.
Alright, I'll look around, thanks. Now that we just talked 10 bucks off him, miraculously.
There are clothes inside. Cheap second-hand clothes, smelling of strangers' body odors.
Don't be shy. These are premium class clothes. Good quality fabrics, best retro design. Save the economy with your style, officer.
Browse through the
You
box.
find your hands deep in tattered and faded garments made from weird polyester blends that make your body itch and sweat in all the wrong places. The box smells like cat piss or like an old person with no money.
Economical, but also trendy. Look first hand, buy second hand. Keep the economy moving.
Find something worth salvaging out of the pile of rags.
No good. All you can come up with are some treated wool pants. You can tell they're too tight around your thighs and too loose around the waist.
Touch them.
They itch like hell. Like an itch pit in hell. The itch is so bad you'll want to smash someone's face in.
All natural materials, see? Real wool, 100% skin friendly, and they're yours for only 2 real.
Itchy pants. +2 half-light. -1 composure and savoir-faire. I don't think we need those.
You see 2 lowly, defeated speakers, thralls, slaves basically, perched atop them like conquerors surveying the land. A pair of found, durable wear sneakers, ultra serious.
I can see you've a taste for luxury, officer. Can't keep your eyes off those sneakers?
Inspect the
A
sneakers.
pair of found ultras. The design is impossibly sleek and simple. A futuristic silhouette with a sleek monochrome colorway, a jet black upper, and a silver-lined midsole.
Those sneakers, mister. Those sneakers are the latest found sneakers. Super air, super fine, super cool. Only 50 real.
We definitely do not have 50 real. Inspect the speakers.
These once respectable speakers have been conquered, reduced to a mere prop by the indomitable found ultras atop them. A small heat emboss on the veneer reads, "Solidarity aid from the People's Republic of Samara." The speakers themselves don't seem to display any magical qualities.
No, don't look at the speakers, officer. Look at the sneakers. The sneakers are the stars here.
Well, what about the speakers, though? Doesn't anyone want those speakers?
These, officer? These speakers are Samaran garbage. I'm ashamed to even use them for props. Don't waste your time on them.
Can I buy the sad conquered Samaran speakers?
No way, officer. These aren't for sale. They're bad speakers. Low-fi socialist junk.
But I need some speakers. That's why I want them. I think I might be a I might be lo-fi socialist junk myself. That's me right there.
No, officer. You're a high-class policeman who accepts nothing less than the best. Lucky for you, I've got the best on sale.
You don't know what I am. I don't even know it myself. I want the speakers.
Well, if you want them... But see, they are the pedestal for my sneakers. If I let go of the speakers, where will the sneakers go? I can't leave premium lifestyle sneakers on the ground. If, on the other hand, you wanted to buy the sneakers too, I could maybe throw in the speakers for little extra. 50 cents?
Yeah, we don't have that kind of money. It's hard being a socialist and having, you know, all this pride to not take money from everybody. Aside from those times when we do manage to actually take money from people. Let's see. Is there anything in here we wanted?
Wow, a very large red t-shirt with an impressive print stands out from the other garb.
Oh yeah?
Oh yeah, the print depicts a muscled man striding toward you. a giant sword in each hand, encircled by burning embers. Behind him is a cluster of cabins engulfed in flames. Beneath him are the words, Hjelmdal burning.
Sniffed the shirt.
Smells like worn cotton and a little old sweat there. Worn cotton with a side of flea market or trash bin.
Sniffing is okay, but please don't try anything on. Can't have you leaving your photon emissions in the fabric of things you're not going to buy.
Can't have that. Wonder what happens when you go full fawn. I do think there is a thing if you put on like 100% fallen gear. Yeah. How you doing, Match?
You're not imagining it. Photon emissions? What is he talking about?
It's the deal with the man on this
It's
T-shirt.
the man from Hjelmdal.
Walking away from his burning village. Yes.
Their matter-of-fact tone belies their surprise at the fact that you didn't recognize the figure in the print.
I'm guessing I'm supposed to know who this man from Hjelmdal is, but I lost my memory recently, and I need help remembering basic facts about reality. Mind me, who's the man from Hjelmdal?
The man from Hjelmdal is the hero of a series of popular books based on a fictional version of Kotla. Mostly what is nowadays Arda NFD. In fact, most people don't think that man from Hjelmdal ever really existed. But they are wrong.
Hjelmdal isn't a real place.
Neither is the man a real man, of course. But both the man and Hjelmdal are an ontological necessity. But hey, it's not worth getting into an argument about.
I love discussing ontology. Come on. What do you mean he was real?
I mean, even if the man from Hjelmdal didn't exist before the adventure novels, the stories have made it so that he has. It's simple, really.
Okay.
He sounds incredulous.
You sound skeptical. It's not that complicated. All that's required is a more robust understanding of cause and effect. Besides, I've been to Kotla, though not quite as far north as the Hjelmdal, and watched northern lights travel across the sky. Very unique energetic tides there.
Very, very unique energies indeed. Geomagnetic ley lines, one might even say.
What you selling the T-shirt for?
2 real.
2 real.
That's dirt cheap.
I mean, couldn't you just give it to me for free then? $2.
Why?
Because I'm a broke cop without a cent to my name. Perhaps I could repay you in some other way. I guess I can't really think of any good reason. Because I'm a broke cop.
I sympathize, I do. But this is a for-profit enterprise.
Fine. I want the
Welcome
shirt.
to Hjelmdal, officer.
Give me the sick-ass fantasy T-shirt. Yeah, my photon emissions are everywhere. Hell yeah, man from Hjelmdal. I don't want authority anyway. Fuck authority. But also, I kind of love my mesh shirt. Hell yeah. We got our fedora, we got our raincoat, we got our Conan the Barbarian t-shirt, got our flare cut trousers, our gloves, our horrific necktie. Heck yeah. From club gay to hard gay, yeah, exactly. Alright, I think we looked at like everything else in here. I don't think there's anything else we needed at the moment. But I was like, wasn't there like a t-shirt in there that I was supposed to get? Let's see. There's... I guess let's ask again.
Now it's turning into a kind of a snow limbo, man.
Heard that one of the drivers is a
mind?
woman, but I don't think she's here. Do you know this lady
I don't want
driver?
to talk about that.
He shifts around, suddenly uncomfortable, then looks away. Why, do you know something? What is it? I don't mean to pry, but I need your help. She may be involved in the drug business.
I was hoping it isn't gonna be her. All I can say is, she isn't around here anymore. She isn't some evil drug trafficker. And I don't know where she is.
I asked you who was conducting the drug trade, and you said you didn't know. Now you're saying you do. Who's this person? What's her name? Who is she to you? What does she look like? Just
Thank
tell
God
me,
I
man.
don't know. People here call her the Lady Driver. She kept her name a secret. From me too. Now I see why.
Who is she to you?
A friend? An acquaintance. I don't know. She was the only person in this damn jam I could talk to. She's someone I don't want to rat out to the law, okay?
What's she look like?
A youngish woman. Gruff, but in a cool way.
What color hair?
Blue and violet. Dyed. It was violet when she got here. Blue before she went.
So I asked you earlier, and you said you didn't know.
I didn't, man. I told you I was hoping it's not her. That she wouldn't be mixed up in it.
He still is, hoping. It's just wishful thinking on his part, not trickery.
When did she leave?
Damn, I don't want to... Please just let it go. Whatever she did, it can't be that bad. She's not a bad person, I know that much.
We can't just let it go. It's part of a police investigation.
That's how it always is with you, isn't it? All part of the investigation. The girl's trouble. If you hunt her down, she may not survive it. I can't have that on my conscience.
It won't come to that. We won't pursue her on this. This is information only.
I don't believe you.
You said she's troubled. How?
She's got the darkness in her. That young person's darkness when you think it's all over. And you're looking for a way out.
She shared this with you?
Yes. Which is why I don't want to snitch on her.
It's not snitching. It's just a few questions. Come on, man. Life's just a joke. Or I was told everyone's afraid of her. You're not.
I heard the rumors. I saw the other drivers looking at me strange when we talked. And she told me, too, that she's had a violent life. But I wasn't afraid of her. More like for her.
Did this violent life include drug trafficking?
Well, it looks like it did now. But we didn't talk about that. We talked about life, you know? She talked about her mind.
Hold on, her mind?
The way it worked. The trouble it was giving her.
The pain it was causing her.
So when she left, did she leave her lorry behind?
Fuck, man. Go grill someone else with these questions, okay? There are plenty of drivers here who couldn't stand her, or were afraid of her. They'd be more than happy to rat her out.
He's right. There are other options. The raceman, for one. Push Tommy, and it will break his heart. And his spirit. Don't expect you to be pals. Now is not the time to focus on feelings. You need that info, son.
Put yourself in my shoes. I need this for another investigation, too. It's important. I can't blow it. She's a suspect, and I need you to tell me where she is, or I can't finish the investigation. Fine, I'll drop the matter for now.
You're not gonna put a bullet in your head if you blow it, are you? Because she's on the edge, man.
I wouldn't be so sure, Tommy. Imagine it. An explosion of stars. Goodbye world of men, money, and machines.
Do we try to force Tommy? We have like like so little authority. We have like negative authority. We can't force anybody. Our authority is naturally 2, and with like what we're wearing right now and everything, I think our authority is like literally in the negatives. That is what I wanted.
I thought you were a different kind of cop.
Something breaks in him as he stares into your
The
eyes.
realization that you've used his friendliness and goodwill for your own ends. Remember, you're doing it for the bigger investigation. This is important. Relax. Ask.
Here.
Takes a keyring from his pocket, then looks at it before giving it to you in
The
silence.
lorry's still here, down past the Statue of Philippe. The cabin is green. You can get in there with these. That's all I know.
When did she leave?
Last Friday.
He blinks, his eyes half empty now. Anything else? Like, where is she now? And why did you have the keys? I'm sorry I had to do this. One more thing about something else. Why'd you have the keys?
She left them to me because she trusted me. So I can get it out of the way when the jam breaks loose. Otherwise,
He doesn't finish the sentence.
The other drivers would have to tow it or break in to get the machines moving.
I'm sorry I had to do this.
And he's sorry he couldn't be what he wants to be. A good person. His last line, his revenge on the world.
Anything else? Like where she is
No.
now?
I don't know.
I think that's all we have for Tommy.
Thank you for your cooperation, sir. I know it was hard, but you did the right thing.
You don't really think so.
I really do. If I didn't, I wouldn't be in the RCM. Take care, sir.
Well, that felt bad. I know, and Tommy seemed nice, actually.
A lorry stuck in the
It
traffic
wasn't
jam.
this one. Wait, which lorry is hers? Ah, this green one here. That makes sense.
This green found, A to Z, contemporain, is parked in the shadow of the ruins looming overhead. It's seen better days.
This is the one our men pointed to.
Try to peek in the window.
The glass on the side windows is tinted and covered with dust. You can barely make out the shape of a seat and two steering levers. Posters cover the small windows in the back. You can't make out what's on them. It feels like you're peeking into someone's home residence. Inside it's private, cozy, warm, dusty too.
Try the handle.
The door is locked. The handle looks shiny, like it's recently replaced.
Unlock the door with the key.
You push the key into the lock and turn. It makes a cracking sound. Then the door pops back a few centimeters. You can just...
Open it.
The smell of cigarettes and perfume welcomes you. The cabin inside is plastered with old movie posters. Actresses smile from the walls. There's a radio transmitter in the front and a toolbox tucked under the driver's seat. Some tools lie scattered near the pedals. There's something odd about the passenger seat. The seating fabric has been pulled tight over the lower side of the seat where the toolbox should be.
Admire the posters.
These are movie posters featuring starlets from long-forgotten films from the 20s, the teens, even the 90s of the last century. One of them particularly catches your eye, a centerfold of an ingenue attached right above the back seat. There's definitely perfume in the air. It's spicy, with a hint of amberette, wafting through the bitter air of the cabin.
Stop and wonder, what's that smell?
The remnants of a sweet juniper-scented perfume. Probably granate number 5.
Juniper. Study the centerfold.
The actress is draped in a sheathed dress, one of her shoulders bared. The faded remains of an autograph run across the poster. She's looking past the camera. A feeling of tenderness washes over you. A longing even, perhaps. And gentle tragedy. Wait, doesn't she resemble someone you know? But you can't put your finger on whom exactly.
Enough of the posters.
The actresses and the rear actor all smile you a warm goodbye. A radio transmitter is attached to the dashboard and a toolbox sits under the driver's seat.
Examine the radio.
Looks like the frequency dial is absent. It requires a key to work, but the key has been removed, likely by the missing lady driver.
Strange. There are so many radio stations saved here. Must be over 100 at least.
Why would anyone need so many radio stations? Is there anything we can do with the radio? Why would anyone need
For
all those?
contacting an entire fleet of lorrymen, for example. This is all shortwave, UW and UKV. Looks like we are dealing with an impressive organizational tool. The nerve center of a huge operation. With quite a range, too.
Anything we can do with it?
Doesn't look like it. It's completely inoperable without the dial key.
What else is
The
here?
ghostly actresses, and the rusty toolbox under the driver's seat, and the oddly bulgy seat cover.
Check the
You wedge
pedals.
yourself under the steering wheel to get a better look. Seems like the few tools lying around here, a hammer, a pair of pliers, a rusty wrench, have been casually thrown there by the disorganized driver. But one odd detail does catch your eye. A piece of sandpaper has been glued to the throttle.
Why would anyone glue a piece of sandpaper to the gas pedal?
Sandpaper? A novel technique. Must be to offer some extra grip to the driver's foot.
Sandpaper would also rub off the pattern from the driver's right boot sole.
Yes?
Do the honors, he thinks. Connect it yourself.
One of the footprints at the crime scene had an aberration. One sole was smoother than the
Which
other.
means that the missing lady driver was present at the lynching.
The lieutenant's eyes light up behind his prescription lenses. And she's also the one running the drug trade. What a handful. First the drug smuggling, now this. How deep does this rabbit hole go? Rabbit hole. Women. Always up to something. Am I right? Fellas? How deep does this rabbit hole
Now
go?
we know for certain who is the missing eighth person at the lynching. Do you think that Hardy and his boys could also be involved in the drug operation?
Those jerks? Definitely. I think the entire Union is involved, maybe even all of Martinez. Look around suspiciously. Not necessarily. The lady driver could have kept the drug trade a secret, or this would fit what Joyce told us, but I don't want to make any assumptions. Do I think they would be running drugs? Not necessarily. She could have been keeping it a secret.
You're right. But we should still go and see what Titus has got to say on the matter. Are we finished with the lorry?
The movie stars are still smiling from the walls. The radio transmitter sits on the center console, and a faint smell of perfume is in the air.
Peel off the cover on the passenger
Voila.
seat.
A stack of neatly folded papers has been stashed behind the seating fabric. You see 3 maps depicting a large metropolitan area. It's Revachol. Some of its routes and highways have been outlined with a pen.
Bonne prise.
The lieutenant commends you as you shift through the treasure, well worn and folded into neat squares. Fold open the topmost map.
This large map displays the elevated motorway called 881. The intake leading to Martinez is marked with a blue X. There's another X on the off-ramp at a place called the Old South. Toll booths at the intakes are marked with a circle. It looks like there are scant few ways of getting onto the elevated motorway that runs over Jamrock, and this person knows them all. There, hundreds of thousands of motor carriages roar on the 881. High above the massive brown and red roofs, that is Jamrock. The commuters don't even look down. The world ceases to exist outside the windshield.
Where does the road lead?
To Kuro, through the middle-income neighborhoods there, by the river, and then to Stella Maris and La Delta for work, while the men and women of Jamrock scuttle to their fates below the road.
We'll open the second map.
This municipal map from the 30s displays a complex system of storm sewers underneath a sub-district called the Pox, old military hospital, right adjacent to the 41st precinct. No storm will ever drown Revachol, the great solution to the riddle of history. Wind rips through the empty hallways of the once great military hospital, now just a ruin under an overgrown park. Beneath the hospital, great sewer tunnels hum and vibrate with life of their own.
What is that sound?
The rattle of motor carriages and lorries driving through long-forgotten tunnels, lit by gaslights.
Look at the third map.
The final map displays a labyrinth of service tunnels left over from the construction of Motorway 881. A few routes have been marked with a pen, where the tunnels and sewers surface near the eminent domain, and a traffic island in central general, by the lake. Despite the cold, figures move about cloaked in shadow, their breath escaping in white clouds that fade into the darkness. Wherever you look, the night gives cover to her messengers.
Where are they going?
They travel from eminent domain to perdition and onto the main, over the river Esperance, on Route 881 to the Old South. The exit ramp is supposed to be shut down, but there's much activity. The road spreads like the tentacles of a great octopus.
So what does it all mean?
It means that the smugglers are secretly using the motorway to transport their goods and materials. They've infiltrated the East Model Tract, most likely. The RCM patrols most of these auxiliary roads, though apparently not all of them.
And where's the contraband end up?
Hard to say. This distribution network looks certainly large, yet still vague enough. It doesn't reveal much about the Besmertier behind it.
The Besmertier, that sounds vaguely familiar.
The Besmertier is a Revacholian crime syndicate. They see themselves as the inheritors of the 14 Revacholian Indo-tribes. But really they're just violent gangs vying for control on the west side of Revachol. With cool names like La Puta Madre and Aura Masta. It's a dark parody.
Who do you think's behind this?
It's definitely not the Union. They just do some logistics. This operation has spread everywhere in Jamrock. If it's that widespread, then Madre remains the most likely suspect. Here's bad news. There have been attempts at a serious investigation before, but they haven't ended well for those involved.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi is a brave man for saying Madre's name without the winces and whispers that usually accompany it. Especially bad news for cops who may have something in their past they don't even know is there.
Turn the stack of papers under the seat.
Best not to disturb the scene. I'll have forensics go over the lorry and pick these up later.
The stack of maps looks just like before, barely noticeable. The movie stars look silent.
Yeah,
as
the toolbox
drawer slides out from the seat. It's empty, except for a folded newspaper.
Unfold the
It's
newspaper.
an issue of Petit Ferique from last Wednesday. A piece of paper falls out from its pages.
Pick up the note.
It looks like an article ripped out from a radio enthusiast magazine. Complex mathematical equations explain the basics of something called the Ulan frequency system. These formulas look oddly painful. Maybe it's the hangover, but they give you a headache.
The Ulan frequency system? I've never heard of that before. I know of FM, AM, UKV, but...
His thought trails off. Push in the pull-out
Pull
tool.
the toolbox slides back into its nest. He closed the rusty old lorry door.
Great. I think we got everything. A word, detective? Before
Steps.
we return to Joyce?
Yes, Kim.
Alright, we've finished here. Let's quickly debrief and go over what we found, so we don't do it in front of the company rep.
Seems like something police would do. What do you think of all this, Kim?
Honestly, I'm quite worried by what we've seen so far. The evidence seems to point to a rather extensive and well-organized operation. I'm especially intrigued by that radio transmitter, particularly the sheer number of stations it can connect. Looks like this alleged drug trade casts a wide net. I'm not sure what the Ulan frequencies are all about, but they may hold some significance. Perhaps it's a better way to connect between fleets while avoiding frequency bleed, or maybe it's used to tap into RCM networks.
Listening in on your calls between you and your station, a worrying prospect.
Oh, and the maps we found. They reveal the geographical extent of the operation. Looks like they've used abandoned tunnels and access roads to stay hidden. This is useful info. And last but not least, it looks like the Hardy Boys knew this driver, as we know that she was present at the lynching. This may be the Union connection we've been searching for.
The probe and the case converged, he thinks. This was quite the find.
What about the movie posters? How do they factor into this? So it turns out this is connected to the Union, or will the RCM open an investigation on all this? The movie posters probably have nothing to do with it.
As they are, I don't think they are relevant to the drug trade.
Yeah.
Don't be fooled. Desire always plays a role.
A lot of women there, especially for a lady driver cabin.
Yes, well,
He doesn't say more.
Unimportant.
So it turns out this is connected to the
like
Union.
Joyce told us, yes, logistically. But don't expect to bust this open during our stay here. At best, this is an angle we can use against them, to other ends, as extra ammunition.
Will the RCM open an investigation into
We
this?
should return to the murder case. See what Joyce tells us about the lynching. When we are done for the day, I call my station and suggest our narcotics department look into it. There are more than enough grounds to start an official investigation, sometime later when we are done here. We do not want to get caught in that.
He stops to think. What are you thinking?
The fact that one hasn't started already gives me pause. An investigation, I mean. Especially if the Madrid grouping is involved, and I can't imagine they aren't. It's certainly worrisome.
Corruption?
All the same, I don't like the idea of internal affairs descending on the matter. That won't help anyone either.
Okay, debrief over?
Debrief over. After you.
Sorry, Tommy. Feel bad for Tommy. Something down there.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Spoke with the lorryman at the roundabout.
Yes, my eyes on the harbour have sent word to that effect. What have you discovered?
Wait, where exactly are these eyes located?
It doesn't really matter. And I do apologize for the surveillance. Wild Pines can't afford to be blind at a time like this. In any case, it's a relief to know someone has looked into it. If I may ask, will there be an official investigation? I assume you discovered there is an operation.
If there is an investigation, it will be part of an ongoing operation, subject to confidentiality. I am sure you understand.
Of course, detectives. In any case, you've held up your end of our arrangement. I trust you with the rest. Now it's my turn. I wouldn't normally break protocol like this, but the situation demands it. If you don't solve this murder, I'm afraid we may have a bloodbath on our hands.
The words bloodbath sound cold in her mouth. They taste of iron and strawberries.
Was this about a bloodbath?
Yes. I'm afraid this strike may descend into a small-scale civil war, with possible consequences for all of Rivershoal West.
Since you are sharing, ma'am, this is also the RCM's worst-case scenario.
Then we're on the same page, as grim as it may be.
I've already heard about a connection between the lynching and a strike, but I need your testimony.
I have an indirect role to play, I'm sad to say. My employer experienced a momentary lapse of faith in me. In that moment, they elected to deploy a private military contractor as an insurance measure. They called it my security detail.
A momentary lapse of
It was
faith.
dispatched after I relayed the union's initial offer.
Every worker...
A member of the board. I tried to convince my employer it was simply a piece of rhetoric or a joke. They did not appreciate the humor.
The security detail?
Absolutely not. These mercenaries are muscle, pure and simple. They are meant to intimidate the Union into surrendering.
Who are they, exactly?
Crenell, an Oranese military company. As far as I know, 3 arrived in Martinez. They report to me sporadically, but they do not answer to me. To be frank, our relationship is deteriorating. They wear ceramic armor, have semi-automatic weapons, and years of combat experience. They also have trauma and stressor disorder, and no idea how to conduct themselves in an urban civilian environment.
So, what happened?
The story is, one of them, the colonel, I don't know his real name, sexually assaulted a local woman while he was drunk and separated from his unit. This allowed some of the more militant Union members to subdue him. He was taken out behind the whirling in rags and lynched last Sunday night.
What then?
Nothing. Mr. Clare refuses to let me into the harbor. I have not been able to discuss this matter with anyone there. The remaining 2 Crenell contractors carry out their orders, for now.
For now.
It's a smokescreen. In secret, they are conducting an independent military tribunal into the lynching. Once this investigation is concluded, executions will follow.
What is the nature of this so-called investigation?
Whether to execute one, some, or all of the Union militants.
It'll be all of them. The decision is already made.
You've made a mess here. I have to say this is not Disco. Maybe the investigations can team up, you know, share resources and intelligence. Oh boy, this is not good. This is not Disco.
It is very far from Disco. My only hope is that you provide a single, concrete suspect before the mercenaries indiscriminately pick theirs. Simply put,
She grabs a hold of the mainsail.
if you don't pin this on someone good and do it fast, they will identify and execute everyone present at the lynching. This in turn will force the Union to respond.
The débardeurs have over 2,000 men. It will be 1,000 to 1.
Have you ever seen a Hornet invade a beehive, Lieutenant? It's not pretty. These men work in tandem using semi- and fully automatic firearms. Their armor is virtually impenetrable to muzzle-loaded weapons, even yours. Most Union workers don't have guns at all. As I said, a bloodbath.
I can't see it happen. Too many things would have to go wrong first. This isn't a pretty bleak. Isn't this a pretty bleak scenario you're describing? Or I think the confrontation is inevitable. It's pretty bleak.
Many bleak scenarios have already come true. Nameless, badgeless detective of the citizens' militia. All we can do is keep the rest from going the same way. One single concrete suspect delivered into civil court, and I may be able to defuse this situation.
What can you tell me about Crenell?
Not much. Their public resume is relatively good, as far as private military contractors go. I believe they were once called Downwell.
Down a deep, black well.
They boast a long list of clients. Saint-Baptiste, Welchman-Lorenz, Eintracht. A warning sign, however. The operations concerned all take place in third or fourth world countries. Guarding facilities, escort missions and such.
Meaning they're used to operating in war zones.
Yes. All the good conflict corridors. Supramundi, Yesut, the Seminese Islands. Countries that don't have a good record reporting atrocious military conduct on their soil.
Okay, anything else you got on them?
Sadly, no. Before this happened, I had little interest in them. Now that I do, I don't have the resources.
She thinks.
If you still have access to the ICP's database, you could run a better background check than I ever could. It may take some time, though.
She thinks.
Do you know a lot about the inner workings of the RCM and the ICP now?
In my line of work, it pays to do your research. I was prepared to deal with the RCM. I did not think I'd be dealing with a group like Crenell.
Could you contact the company, tell them to call them off?
I have. And they will. However, these orders take time to reach what is basically a rogue unit out in the field here. Until they do, it's all on us.
Said the deceased assaulted a woman?
Or he didn't. This is information passed on to me from some teenagers loitering around the canal. I cannot testify by it.
Who did the passing on then?
The remaining contractors. Their tribunal.
Hi, Prisma. Thank you, thank you. I shall hydrate. How you been, Prisma? What did these teenagers by the canal say?
That the man was killed because he assaulted a local woman. I've asked around a bit. This seems to be the accepted story around Martinez.
The lieutenant consults his notebook, his eyebrows knitted in concentration.
Odd.
We haven't heard any reports about an assault in connection with the lynching. Where did it take place? And when?
We have heard, actually.
Last Sunday night, at the Whirling in Rags, the hostel by the gates. Supposedly, the Colonel was drunk, maybe on narcotics too. Either way, he's alleged to have sexually assaulted a woman. Sometime later, a group of dock workers got their hands on him.
And who was this woman?
That's a good question, officer. I don't have the slightest idea. As I said, it's a rumor. About a rumor. In any case, it's what the Colonel's remaining colleagues believe.
You'll meet her soon enough, you feel.
This Colonel, the one who was hanged, did you know him?
If you mean did I see him alive, yes. But I did not know him.
His name was...
Lely. His service name. A nom de guerre, most likely. He wouldn't divulge his full name. Only one of them did. A bad sign if there ever was one.
Tell me about the others first.
One is a man. Corty, they call him. A nickname as well. The other a woman. Phyllis DePaul. Corty is the gunner, I believe. DePaul is a radio operator.
What would you say was his eye color? The deceased's.
She closes her eyes, trying to picture the man's face, then shakes her head.
I can't remember.
There's a pang of regret in her voice.
That's all right, man. Anything else? Nationality? What would you say was his age?
He was 40. Or 50. It's hard to say which. He had a combat injury on his lower jaw. It made it difficult to estimate his age, or gauge his facial expressions.
Indeed, this matches the dental reconstruction we saw on the body. What else? Nationality? Accent?
He was, Occidental, I think. Light brown hair, a mixed accent, Oranese, or Messinian, maybe. His injury gave him an accent all his own. In a way, it was humanizing. He had to learn to speak through it, through the injury. That's all I know, I guess. I only met him once.
Where are the remaining 2 mercs now?
They've gone to ground, as it were. I don't recommend seeking them out. For one, they're almost certainly armed to the teeth. They don't have the same respect for the Revachol citizens' militia as I do. To put it bluntly, they think you're vigilantes. Ghetto savages. It will not be a fruitful meeting.
Well, we still need to know where they
You're
are.
likely to run into them eventually. When that happens, I'll be in a better position to mediate if I don't appear involved.
Sent by the Pines, clothed in fit right, and scab leader built like a brick.
One is obviously the scab leader at the harbor gates. The one chanting the idiotic slogans. He's barely maintaining his disguise. The other has a vantage point in a building south of the roundabout. They were keeping tabs on you while you were canvassing the lorry drivers.
One must be the goon in ill-fitting work clothes by the harbor gates, the scab leader.
Maybe so. I still hope you heed my advice. There's no need to kick the hornet's nest.
For all your talk of averting this catastrophe, the situation at the gate is a border keg. Does this not bother you?
Of course it bothers me, Lieutenant. But my hands are tied. How would my employer react if it appeared I were intervening on behalf of the Union?
Your concern may be appearances. Ours is keeping the peace.
One's probably in the building overlooking the roundabout.
That would afford a good vantage point. In any case, it's practically inaccessible.
Where is your radio for contacting them, if I may ask? Do you have an earpiece?
Heavens no. I'm not an undercover agent. There's a shortwave at the ship's wheel.
She nods towards the sloop's cabin. Another
I hope
question.
I can answer it better.
How much time do we have?
Until the executions start? Truthfully, I don't know. It depends on their progress identifying the members of the lynch mob, and their impatience.
They don't report their progress to you?
Not on this matter. I'm afraid they consider this a personal initiative.
Seagulls squawk over the bay.
5 days, not more. Maybe sooner.
It's a matter of days, not weeks.
That's enough for now.
I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news. If there is anything else I can help you with, please ask.
Let me see. I know we have a time-sensitive thing we need to do. Hey, Dragoon, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. Confront by split the kilo, 2 signatures, find an armor piece. Ah, a treat. Well, don't mind if I do. Give me one moment. Let me see. Ah, there we are. The smoke around the balcony, yeah. So, 2100 we need to be there for. So we have a little time. Let me bring up the thing here. There we are. And we got ads starting in about 5 minutes. So, what sounds interesting today, Dragoon? What shall we try? Trio. I believe that is just chocolate. Trio chocolate. Bite-sized chocolate, yes. There we are. It's a cute little piece of chocolate. Let's see. Open her up. Alrighty. Smells very cocoa-y. Mmm. It has a caramel inside. Okay. Wasn't expecting that. It is very similar to a Rolo. Mmm. There are definite coffee notes. It definitely has some very distinct chocolate, coffee flavor in there. Very distinct. Unmistakably. Does it actually mention? It just says bite-sized chocolate. Yeah, the caramel is a very firm caramel. It's quite good. These are really good. Mmm. Yeah, unmistakably coffee-like. This is the Atrial chocolate. Mmm. That is really good. Holy crap. I like that a lot. I like caramel and chocolate anyway. Yeah, this is like, if you can imagine like a Rolo, except obviously it's square, with a better quality chocolate and a slight coffee flavor and a firmer caramel. But not a super firm caramel, like it's not sticking to my teeth, but still like chewy. Those are quite good. I think that goes right over the Blanchel. Now here's the thing: I would eat this again sooner than I would have a Wadogaki beer, but the Wadogaki beer was just so much kind of fun. It was just such a neat thing to try. You know what? I think we have to do that. I think we just have to give Wadogaki beer like the props and say like, you know what, Wadogaki beer was just really neat. It was just a very fun, novel thing to try, and it was really good. Even though I think if you ask me again, like, hey, which of all these things so far, which would you rather have again? It would probably be the Triol. This was probably my actual favorite one so far, like the best tasting one and one I would want to have again. But the Wadogaki beer was just really neat. But yeah, that was really good. I would eat a bunch of those if you put them in front of me. Like a dangerous amount of those I could put away, I'm sure. Very tasty. Yeah, I'm still tasting it. Definite coffee notes. Yeah, like if you can imagine, yeah. Yeah, 5 squats, that's probably wise. I gotta burn it off, right? Ugh. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, gotta work off that chocolate. Alright. But there we are, and ads are starting, so we'll take a little break. We'll be right back. Alrighty, we ought to be back from break in just a few seconds. But yeah, that was quite a good little snack. Very good little chocolate. Very good. Alright, welcome back everybody. We should be back from commercials. We got a little time before we need to go talk to the man on the balcony. I did in fact have some Coke Zero.
Of course. Excuse my hesitation before.
I'll have a little more. There we go. She reaches over the guard wire and takes the photo, holds it in
For
her
about
hand.
half a minute, in silence, she wears fingerless gloves. Her fingernails are cut short and fractured, like those of a working woman.
It was taken with a trigate not long ago. This is the man's upper body. There were no more markings on his hands or legs.
Stay quiet. Observe the woman's expression.
Her mouth is relaxed. The accordion lines near her mouth vanish. The pearls of her eyes move slowly on the photo's surface.
What do you think?
Sorry. I was trying to see if I can read the web of interdependencies between these points. The stars.
She points to a one on the photo paper.
I can't. But that's how you read this story. The points themselves don't have letters, numbers, anything. Their size, location on the body, and distance from each other tells you what they represent.
Like vias on a microcircuit.
Close. Port cities. This is an Oronese map of the waterways, a sailor's tattoo worn by wayfarers of the Dolorian century. Over 300 years ago, the sailors would mark their bodies to map their travels.
What's the use of this map?
The sailor's soul would use it to fly back home if they should die abroad. This is a sort of contraption to be reeled back in by. The silver cord, they would call it.
Where is he now?
This one is going nowhere but the morgue. I've spoken to him. For now, the soul is fastened inside his corpse. This one has flown quite far by now. Nowhere. There is no soul. Well, we know that we were just talking to our own perceptions of him.
I would say he's near the Arcade Islands by now, ready to exit the Insulindian and into the Pale, if I've read his home address correctly.
She smiles. What travels did the dead man make?
Quite a few. Vredefort, the Oronese capital, traditionally stands on the right shoulder.
She points to it.
He started somewhere near here, I think.
What next?
Then he made his way to the Pretto Grande, through what I think must be the Stutz Canal, an artificial channel through the Occident. From the Pretto, he sailed to the Insulindic Ocean, first the Semnes Islands, then this.
She points to his heart.
Revachol. Those are the two constants. Vredefort on the shoulder, and Revachol in the heart. They started the tradition of these maps right after the discovery of Insulinde, at the dawn of the Inter-Easlary Age.
Exactly, an ultra-liberal. Yeah, exactly. We'll get to that. It's one of my favorite lines in the entire game, is just when you finally piece it together and you go, Dios mío, a liberal. How you doing, Kamijino? But yes, we're not terribly fond of Joyce around here.
You said you can't read it.
I can't. This man was no sailor, and these are no ports. I can understand geographic fragments, but not their meaning.
There's a lot of things that Harry kind of surprisingly does not pick up on. I mean, the memory loss can be to blame for a lot of that, obviously.
Somewhere in an office lit by a single green desk lamp, Captain Ptolemaeus Price, 58, bald and bespectacled, is writing.
I played it once before, a few years
rows
back,
and
yes.
rows of days and weeks, laconic remarks in a single column. Patrol, case, vacation, injured. In Martinez, looking into Krenon, he writes in one. Then the man puts down his pen and rubs his temples with both hands. Outside, there is a siren. Distant gunshots.
Surprised it took logic to figure out what Joyce was. Empathy, you'd think, would probably hit it too. Empathy would be a good way to latch onto it, I think. Be like, wait a minute. This man is no brother of mine, but this is his service history.
That makes sense to me. We have no more use for a map of the waterways, just like we don't need sailors the way we used to. This is what the custom would morph into on the Occident. Mercenary tattoos.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, it is clear. She is obviously, yes, an ultra-liberal. Dios mío. Who could tell me more?
His platoon members? The other contractors. Though I do not suggest you go and show them that picture. This man was their friend and comrade.
Challenge accepted. I say we do it.
I need the information. Mark it down. Ask Mercs about tattoos. Well, we might not do that.
I don't think deciphering that tattoo should come before public security. But if you should wade into the mob to find out, I couldn't stop you.
We will be careful.
It's all for the tattoos. Thank you for your help.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
Nah, that's good. Yes, I did play it once before, many years ago. Well, a few years back. I'm a huge fan of it. Big, big fan.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
So we won't talk about the murder, but maybe you can tell us something about the murder victim's missing armor.
What do I care about some fucking tin eggshells?
Isn't armor art? Art for the body?
Ugh, alright. Sad piggy. I'll give you this one. I saw a little girl in the fishing village running around with military-grade handwear. Look cute as hell. If you haven't been there, the village is a shithole down the coast from the main plaza. Have a good time!
There's a little girl wearing the gloves there.
No. That's all the snitching Cindy the Skull does for today. Actually, I don't even know why I told you what I just told you. I have a weakness for animals. It's the animal thing again. Damn it.
She looks at you, a little sad suddenly.
Or a weakness for police officers, miss. Thank you either way.
Catch you later, Cindy. Maybe eventually we will make our mural. Alright. We do have a date to meet up with the man on the balcony in a couple hours. We could probably go talk with Kuno's father.
Try to sneak up on me again! Try to snuff me out! Get away, pig!
Oh, okay, Kuno. We probably have time to check out what's going on in here.
The door hangs oddly on its hinges, secured to the doorframe with a safety chain. An unpaid energy bill is attached, threatening to cut off the electricity. It's addressed to Mr. Uno de Reuter. Your heartbeat quickens, palms go sweaty. The siren of amphetamine is singing you her song.
Looks like we found where Kuno's dad lives. Point to the bill on the door. Knock lightly. Or interfacing 8. Use the cutters. Let's try knocking.
Response. The apartment numbers have fallen off the door, leaving the panel with a sticky 1 shaped shadow and a marker drawn 2. You'll need to equip the chain cutters to enter.
Yeah.
Snip right through.
No, come on.
A shabby door hangs oddly on its hinges, secured to the doorframe with a snip. The cutter goes through them like dead leaves. The links fall to the ground on the other side of the door. Don't let the quiet fool you. The beast is in there somewhere, ready to rip you to shreds with a broken bottle.
I know there's no stopping you, but let's at least make this quick.
Yoink. Stealing Kuno's dad's money. Kuno de Ruiter is the name on the unfinished homework. It's from 2 years ago. Glossy erotica covers the wall, wrinkled from moisture. You steal Kuno's dad's clothes. The air stinks with something sour. Stealing your jeans.
A bundle of clothes heaped on the bed. A stained parka, some towels and a duvet. Some socks even. In the dark, it looks like a nest.
Hold up, Lieutenant. Look at that pile of clothes. Slowly reach out your hand.
Something underneath there is breathing. It doesn't give a shit that you're a cop. Stop your hand now, or you're gonna die. It's not too late. No one's going to blame you for backing out. You don't have to do this. Just get out.
Stop extending your hand towards the... or keep extending
Your hand touches a greasy duvet, covered in cigarette burns and ketchup stains. You hear a growl. There is something alive underneath it. It's deep, in suffering somehow.
Pull the blanket off.
You see a 60-year-old, fat, red-headed man passed out from large amounts of alcohol, and God knows what else. The smell of shit rises from his mouth. You don't have to take him down. He's already down.
Kim, is this thing even alive?
I'm afraid it is. Look, it moves.
He points to a fleshy lump sticking out from the other end of the blanket. The limb seems to be twitching from time to time.
And look, the other foot is camouflaged by a striped sock bearing the name Maxtor on the sole. 3 toes are poking out of a hole. A groan rises from the man's throat, dry like a death rattle. He's trying to say something in his sleep. The man groans once again, but his tongue keeps failing him. It's impossible to make out the syllables. A hand emerges from the blankets, trying to gesticulate something. And then it dawns upon you, clear and surreal. Pigs, he says. He's trying to call you pigs.
What did you just say? You're awake. He's awake.
His hand falls back on the bed, limp and defeated. A loud snore escapes his mouth. He's asleep again.
At least he got to say his piece.
Is this Kuno's father we're seeing?
Judging by the color of his hair, I would say yes, it is.
The lieutenant's right. The man's unwashed hair bears a familiar ginger tone. Even the hair on his chest is coppery. The light from the window falls into his half-open eyes. There's still plenty to be scared of here. Just not what you thought.
I was expecting something worse. I can't believe it. Kuno's dad isn't a loser. It must be someone else, or doesn't look like he's gonna fuck anyone up anytime soon. I was expecting something worse.
I think he's still quite bad. I mean, what he has come to.
Lieutenant tilts his head.
This man won't be feeding his family anytime soon. Not that he was, but...
Lieutenant thinks to himself.
A pair of half-open bug eyes is staring back at you from the dark, empty, and frozen. It's clear that the person behind them is not awake.
Then, what happened to his eyes? He's gonna sleep it off. I know this shit. This is serious damage. I'm still not sure he's not dead.
Can't you tell? It happens to exceptionally committed substance abusers. They fall asleep with their eyelids still open. Not a pretty sight.
Serious damage. I'm still not sure he's not dead. Suddenly, the man starts growling. 3 words manage to escape his mouth, along with the strong stench of alcohol.
Look, he's trying to communicate.
Maybe we should help him?
What is there to do? We could turn him on his side so he doesn't choke on his own vomit, but he's already on his side.
Poor guy.
We could take him to Remedy or Saint-Baptiste, but he doesn't have money for medical services. The arms source would turn him down. They don't do charity for people who are trying to kill themselves. Besides, he'll be dead in a few.
The lieutenant stops, listening to him.
The pile of blankets grunts miserably.
Well. But of course, to Kuno, he's the scariest man in all of Revachol. Let's see. We have, I think, still an hour and a half before we need to meet the smoker. 2100, yeah. We have about an hour and a half. We could just stand here for an hour and a half, but that doesn't sound interesting. Let's find something to do. Let's see. That was the racist's place there. There's something down there we didn't grab. Can grab that real quick. Yoink.
Fuck does Kuno care?
More questions about the crime scene? Don't think I do.
Kuno, yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. Kuno doesn't fuck.
Kuno doesn't care. Okay. Poor Kuno. Let's see. Ooh, there's something to look at down here. Scribbled between the thighs of a page 3 girl, L'Angine de Disco. I wonder how these two are doing.
Officer, the mere sight of police in Martinez makes me feel safer already. How can I help you?
I wanted to ask you about the Union again.
Sure, officer. They are the good guys around here.
Yeah, nothing new. Okay.
No, thank you. For being consummate professionals. You'll have this case wrapped up in no time.
Let's talk more about Jean-Marie.
Sweet, sweet Jenny. Ask away, officer. I knew her all my life.
Yeah, it looks like we've
Of course,
cleared
officer.
all that out.
Memories are all we have left.
I don't think he's gonna give us that sandwich.
The purity of snow always reminds me of the purity of a man's soul, if he's got principles.
It's on a statue of Philippe III near the roundabout.
Ah, yes! King Philip III on his steed. A reminder of what Revachol once was.
Oh, absolutely. At the mercy of a cocaine-snorting tyrant who emptied the treasury so he could sleep on a bed of gold.
Cocaine? Cocainum? Sounds like our kind of king. And just imagine what kind of cocaine a king would have had.
Only the best, I'm
A
sure.
superpower, feared and respected. A testament to what this country can be under the leadership of a true king. Someone who knows how to rule.
And how should a king rule?
Decisively. without fear of offending the sensibilities of the frail and weak-minded among his subjects. This is something the insurgents never understood.
Seems to me a leader should take care of his people before himself. Powerful leader is not afraid to do what must be done. That's what this country needs, or I'm not sure how I feel about that.
A nation is only as strong as its leader. That's why it was such madness to try to...
Don't get started on that again. What happened, happened.
There's some weariness in his voice now. He's heard this rant many times before.
Carabiner doesn't reply, but his entire being communicates unbreakable resolve. No one and nothing can change this man's mind. He is as rigid as they come, still in that antique uniform. It's a symbol for him.
What was that about cocaine?
Oh, old Philip was a big fan of the purple nose candy the nobility loved so much. A cocaine connoisseur of sorts. His egocentricity is borderline legendary.
Purple.
You can't even take the responsibility for yourself. How could you fathom the responsibility weighing on the shoulders of a ruler?
He asks, obviously annoyed.
That's why the Philippian kings use cocaine for clarity of vision, to aid in their work. Regnum cocainum, Revachol's finest years.
Seems to grow taller, brimming with pride about the past.
I'm satisfied with this explanation.
I'm sure you are, electrochemistry.
Of course. Clarity of vision. Awareness.
Philippe III was even brought into this world with the help of cocaine. The court made him administer the dose to his mother when she was in labor, and it is well known that with the help of cocaine, only the purest, of course, he was able to connect with higher realms.
Higher realms. Of course. It all makes sense.
Was that about higher realms?
It's really not. Please, do spare us the cocaine fairy tales.
Yes, indeed. We're not here to investigate the drug trade of centuries past.
But the cocaine, though.
Old Philip was a big...
You can't even take... That's why...
I'm satisfied.
Of course.
Philippe III...
Higher realms. Of course.
Such responsibility requires a boost every now and then. I sometimes need one too. Seems like irresponsible behavior for a monarch. Drug users shouldn't even operate heavy machinery, much less rule countries. Or thanks for clearing that up.
From what I've seen of the officers of the RCM... But I don't want to get into a debate about drug policies.
Alright, enough of that.
Right.
I understand Jean-Marie meant a lot to you.
There's nothing for you to understand here. It is not her death you are investigating.
Were the circumstances of her death in any way unusual? Where was the photo of you two taken? What happened with you, Gaston, and Jean-Marie? Alright, let's back up to a less sensitive subject.
Absolutely not. She died of pneumonia in her bed at the age of 79. This is highly usual.
Where was that photo of you taken?
Revachol Fair 91 in the Faubourg district. A parade was held to honor Guillaume Le Lion's name day, and the Carabineers marched in the place of honor.
Literally over 60 years ago. You looked happy in the picture, smiling.
This was the happiest day of my life.
This is said in such a matter-of-fact tone it leaves no room for doubt. What happened with you, Gaston, and Jean-Marie?
I was 22 when I returned from King Guillaume's Akira operation in the south and found my sweetheart in the arms of this wretch. I won her back, but while I was dealing with some issues...
You were like a dark cloud sucking the joy out of every living thing around you. And you hurt her.
Dark cloud. That sounds unpleasantly familiar.
I can't imagine why. He looks down at his boots, his lips moving, but the words are inaudible.
Those days and memories are gone.
He nods and looks Renee with something resembling compassion.
The old soldier says nothing, but when his glance quickly runs over Gaston's face, there's an odd look in his eyes.
Thank you for your time. They don't know me. No one knows me. The book says you must attain a Franco-Generian hard body at the nearest gym. It takes willpower to even read the author's name, Jean Caus from Iguania. Yeah, we got everything out of her so far. We still have over an hour to kill before we can meet with the smoker on the balcony. I wonder if we can get anything of useful information out of the scab leader.
Shame on you!
You a mercenary hired by the Wild Pines?
Hell no. I'm just an honest scab. I won't have talk like that around here. You understand?
His neck muscles tense up. The veins on his neck bulge.
Be careful. He's holding it deep in, but there are things in there you don't want to meet. Say very quietly, is there a tribunal being convened by chance? He breathes out slowly, his giant chest deflating and his mouth slightly open.
You hear a tiny rattle, a small radio, cracking somewhere, an earpiece.
How about you fuck off now, huh?
Okay, of course.
There could be weapons aiming at us right now, somewhere above, in the buildings. The other merc. Don't push this, he's thinking. This is not the time. The man's breathing steadies, but his eyes are still narrow. Slowly, he's trying to get his right-to-work dance back on.
Boy, we could really fuck with him by showing him the picture. But boy, would that be a bad idea, I feel. Probably a really bad idea. Let's see. I'm sure if we went to talk to Everard, he would insist that he knows nothing about the drug trade still. Heck yeah. Not sure how we even get down there. I don't think there's much else for us to do here in the shipyard.
This is the night watchman's boot.
Yeah. We could go talk to Titus. But I kind of want to talk with the man on the balcony first. See if we can get just absolutely all of the information we can possibly get before talking to Titus. We could see what we have, I suppose, for dialogue options with Titus. Actually, first, why don't we talk to Lizzie?
I've got nothing to say to you. Why are
Okay,
you
Lizzie
wasting
has
your
nothing
time?
to say to us.
Behind the dock workers, a ceiling height window. The hawthorn branches scrape the glass, like bony fingers. The men are talking, but you swear you hear those black limbs tap on the window as the wind blows outside.
It's not time yet.
There's a little slide panel up there to let some air in. No need to open it in spring. It's still, you're not so sure about that.
There's something
Somehow
out
you
there.
just know there's something out there behind the glass.
Yeah, your mother.
Rude.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Let's see. Me and Everett talked. He promised he'd cooperate.
So you went and talked to my mommy, and now she's making me play with you. Is that it, Lowen?
And
It is.
what's gonna happen if we don't? You're gonna go and tell on us?
Very mature guys. Everett sent word right. Why don't you push me some more and find out, Gimp? Jeez. I would never tell on someone. Very mature.
Yeah, I heard him. The fuck do you think I'm doing here? You'd have your ass handed to you if it wasn't for the boss man's word. Let me state this very clearly, capo. Hello, officer. I'm Titus Hardy, and these are my boys. Hardy boys. How may we assist you?
Found 8 sets of footprints, but there's only 7 of you. Where's the 8th Hardy boy?
What are you talking about, madman? There's no 8th Hardy boy. There's 7 of us, and we're all here.
He sizes you up.
Or what? You want to be the 8th Hardy boy? We ain't hiring.
He shakes his head.
Actually, boss, we've been talking and we think she could maybe...
This person Glenn wants to hire, he really respects her.
She, huh?
Shut the fuck up, Glenn! I do the talking here. Now what the fuck do you want, cop?
So let me get this straight. There is an 8th Hardy boy. It's a she, and you don't like us talking about her?
That's right. We're not talking about this. This is a private Hardy Boys matter. Nothing to do with your shit. In.
He points at the lieutenant.
You're not cops here. Don't go digging around if you don't want a bullet in the back of your head. I'm watching you.
Good. We are all watching each other. Officer, your question.
There's no point in pushing it further, he thinks. This is already a victory. We'll learn more about this 8th Hardy sooner or later.
Let's see. Guess what? I've connected you to the local drug
Like
trade.
hell, you hell. There is no local drug trade. This place is as clean as a rifle. Go back to Jamrock and ask the local junkies how clean your streets are in Precinct 41 Kilos.
We'll do that. In the meantime, did you know that there's an abandoned lorry at the intersection that was used to move raw ingredients for drugs from Terminal B to Jamrock? The person driving it was present at the hanging. It was one of you. We've connected the footprint. Detective, do you want to deliver the coup de grâce?
No, the thunder is his. Leave it to the lieutenant.
You're right. There is no local drug trade, except you. No, do the honor. You've earned it, nodded the lieutenant.
Thank you. You're right, Titus. There is no local drug trade, because it's all controlled by you. You're the drug trade.
That's a mighty interesting theory. I guess that's what you would need to do, theoretically. A big, strong, state-run monopoly would outcompete the runts on the street.
Yeah, man. Theoretically, that's what you would do. To get rid of the gangs, the dealers, even some of the junkies.
You would need good, trustworthy people to take their place, of course. Hardy men to run such a monopoly. For the good of the community, of course.
This is disgusting. You're admitting to profiting off of poisoning your own people. Good idea. People are always going to do drugs. At least this way you have some control over it. Or yeah, keep telling yourself that. I know for a fact there's still plenty of drugs out there.
No, there aren't. Some little shit and his dad are doing speed. Who fucking who? The stuff's probably from Jamrock.
Whatever you've seen is peanuts. Look at the big picture, man. The place is a paradise. And all thanks to Hardy Boys.
Theoretically, of course. We're just talking politics here. My answer to your drug accusation is, how dare you? Go fuck yourself.
Not quite yet, Mr. Hardy. There were 8 sets of prints on the crime scene. There are only 7 Hardy Boys here.
The 8th Hardy. The one who's missing. She runs the thing, right?
My answer is, fuck off. Mind your own business. There is no 8th Hardy. I run this goddamn scene.
Finally, you got something out of him. This could prove useful in the future.
And here we go. Back to the usual.
I know! Fatty walked on all 4s. He's so fucking fat, he left 2 sets of footprints. Go fuck your mom, Dennis.
That's more like it, boys. You heard him. It was Angus on all 4s. Anything else you need to know?
I talked to Joyce. The merc you hanged? His friends are coming for you.
By friends, you mean his squad mates from Crenell.
Wouldn't want to beat up his grandma.
They're snickering in the room. Some of the men put their beers down.
Nervous, snickering. There's a rush of adrenaline present.
Yes, they're forming some kind of tribunal, and they're coming for you.
This is what happens if you take the law into your own hands. Other people start doing it too.
Let them come. The Hardy Boys are right fucking here.
You heard the man. Right here. We're armed. We got the whole district behind us. And Glenn. Glenn is fucking crazy.
Yeah. A well-oiled murder machine.
He punches Blondie on the shoulder.
The mood is on the rise. They're feeling confident. Ready to punch out the whole merc platoon.
This Crenell is bad news. You know that, right? The mercenaries are armed with automatic weapons. Joyce said they've gone rogue. Nobody is controlling them. They're bad news.
So are the local gangs. The fucking Barmy army. And the Madre scum. You've been out there. Seen any around?
Yeah. Where are they now, huh? Sent back to Madre in an airtight cargo crate.
These people are trained military professionals. Special forces, as you said. They're not a gang or Barmy army.
No, they're not. They're uncoordinated and drunk. We know more about them than you think.
They're armed with automatic weapons.
We got weapons of our own. We got Ister 50s, Zilagars. Glenn's got a knock cannon at home.
Will they pierce ceramic armor?
I guess we're gonna see, aren't we?
See what? That they don't?
Yeah, like you've been up against ceramic armor.
He takes a sip of his beer to bide his time, then tries to get the last word in.
You haven't even seen the whole suit, right? I've seen the whole fucking thing, and it didn't make him immortal.
Joyce said they've gone rogue. Nobody's controlling them.
Big fucking surprise. They hire psycho scum, arm them to the teeth, and let them loose in the city. What do you think is gonna happen?
Okay.
What do you mean, okay?
I mean, okay, they're going to wipe you the fuck out, Titus. I mean, okay, you got this. You got the numbers. I mean, okay, I'll be on your side when they come. I mean, okay, you got one more gun on your side once I find mine. I lost it. I mean, okay, I guess I'll be gunning you down right alongside them. They're gonna wipe you out, Titus.
No, they won't. Get out of here with your negative energy.
All he means is that the situation is serious.
No wonder you cops get shot to shit every day. Can't go to war with an attitude like that.
Still haven't explained the bullet I found in the hangman's head.
You still on about that bullet? A bullet in a hangman's head. You're right, Copper. That is mighty curious.
Indeed, mighty. How did it get there?
The lieutenant is fixed on Titus.
Well, there are so many bullets in the world, and so many heads. I guess it's only logical. At some point, one of them bullets had to end up in one of them heads.
It's bound to happen again, you know? Just statistically speaking, of course.
Gonna ask you again, why was this, show them the bullet, in the victim's head? I think the hanging was a cover-up for the shooting. Did you guys shoot him?
Wow! He's got it in a real evidence bag and all!
Why don't you go home and log it into evidence? These men have told you what happened.
I think the hanging was a cover-up for the shooting.
You know what I think? I think he was shot in the head as a kid, and his brain grew around the bullet.
Around the bullet, man. That's a good one.
They're only pretending to enjoy this. Beneath the act, they don't like you knowing this.
Did you guys shoot him?
Shit! I probably did shoot him. I was drunk last night. You guys know me when I'm drunk.
Yeah, Glenn likes to shoot his guns when he's drunk. Better hope he stays sober.
No, he meant before he was hanged. Did you shoot him before you hanged him?
Before? After? During? This is getting ridiculous. They told you what happened. Stop wasting your time.
Don't worry, we'll figure this out sooner or later.
Never been worried in my life, lawman.
If we just put on some more respectable clothes, we probably got him. With all of this, all these bonuses we've accrued against him. I'll talk about the hanging
Again, just get the dead guy's autograph, since you're his biggest fan.
Good one, Titus.
Alright, we got all that.
About fucking time.
Gonna take off for now. I'm hoping we get another bonus even from talking to the man on the balcony. So I want to do that first before we finally maybe put on some more respectable clothing and try to actually assert some authority over someone for once. Loath as I am to do it.
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod.
Yeah. Nothing more out of him. Alright.
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again.
Yeah, nothing more from Lena. We've got about 45 minutes before we can meet the dude.
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench do not look overly comforting.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder. Let's go.
I was gonna say, I don't think, yeah, I don't think we can do that if Kim is here. But we've only got a couple minutes left of stream. Let me look around at a few things.
A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games for all ages. A lot of shelf space seems to be taken up by Wirral-related merchandise.
Storekeep, what board games do you have here?
Wonderful board games, sir. The Viticulturist is a classic for sure, or perhaps you'd like Archipelagos of Insulinda, a very educational game for those interested in geography. Browbritter is a fun game of economic competition, but can get quite intense after a while. We have games for the whole family. You can play with your children.
Who are you going to play board games with? Do you have friends or family?
Wow, I have children, a family.
It certainly feels like, whatever you are, will die with you.
Look at me. Who'd want to have kids with me? I don't feel as if I have any kids. Yes, kids, friends, chicks. I have all those. Yeah.
Then you're a lucky man, officer. Children are the greatest of treasures.
She fiddles with her pendant, thinking.
For playing with friends, I'd recommend Suzerainty. It's a civilization building game where you build a civilization, then set off to brutally colonize and repress other civilizations. It'll cost 12 real.
That is basically how 90% of Euro board games are, yeah.
Wonderful board games.
Let's see.
Who are you going to play
Let's see,
board
do
games
I have
with?
friends?
Are you actually friends? Or just colleagues thrown together by circumstance?
Okay.
Then you're a lucky man.
I was wondering if we had like a
Friends,
fun
I'd
thing to
recommend
some fun dialogue,
It's a
but alright.
civilization building game where you build a civilization.
So what about these
Then
Whirl
lousy
things?
auras there. No, role-playing games are popular among those types. You know, who are into those kind of things.
Those kind of
Personally,
things.
I don't like it. Not at all.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard they turn people into occult enthusiasts. That they have rituals where they try to summon entities. Highly immoral stuff.
Highly
You
immoral.
can still buy them though.
I'll still sell them to you, even though I think they're terrible.
An endless variety of source books, lore books, and codices litter the table. The topmost book is titled Welkin Compendium, 2nd edition. There's also a large hardbound tome with intricate cover art, The Hunters of Katawak, Boreal Creature Compendium, and a Pick Your Path adventure game book titled Tales of Wirral, Cavern of Velkrag.
Personally, I prefer the 3rd edition when they got rid of Thaco. Anything that really catches my eye?
There's a box that says Wirral, 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplements Module. The side panel notes, a fantastic adventure board game, new maps and miniatures. A sticker on it displays 25 real.
25 bucks.
Nonsense for anemic Beano clods.
Can't have that.
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely muscular, sword-wielding barbarian on the cover. Nearly all the titles contain the word Hyundai somewhere.
Counterpoint, they really didn't need to crib perks from Fallout in the 3rd edition. Fallout also wasn't the first system to do that. Fallout itself, of course, borrowed that from GURPS. So, you know. Wow, more Heimdall.
Mountains of it. Heroic quantities of Hyundai. Roy's puny shirt is nothing compared to the real deal.
Look through the display of books.
Rows and rows of Hyundalamen blur your vision. You make out some titles. Man from Hyundal and the Mammoth Riders. Man from Hyundal, Return to Hyundal. And the solipsistic Man from Hyundal and the Hyundal Man.
I love that. That's a good gag. Good God, how many are there?
Maybe 100. Man from Hyundal and the sages at the end of the world. Man from Hyundal and the false god. Man from Hyundal and the scorched earth. Man from Hyundal, the Hyundal colonies. Man from Hyundal and the swamp beast. Man from Hyundal and the snow crabs.
I love snow crab.
Those snow crabs are worse than they sound.
I love snow crab. Is that all?
Not even close. Man from Hyundal in hell. Man from Hyundal and the forest of slaves. Man from Hyundal under the lake. Man from Hyundal, Hyundal burning. There's even the Trial of Death, a pastoral combat game book set in the world of Hyundalaman, and so much more.
Do any of the books call out to me?
A twinge at the back of your head makes you flinch. Your eye starts twitching.
Ow.
Your hand reaches toward a book with glossy cover art of the very muscular man from Hyundal in chains, kneeling in front of a staircase leading to a throne. A woman sits on the throne, leering at the man. She's laughing at him, belittling him. Between the throne and the Hyamdala man lies a bonfire, casting shadows on the wall. The shadow of the woman's headdress looks like a pair of devil horns. The title reads, Man from Hyamdal and the Devil Woman.
Interesting.
The display rack before you is burdened under piles of Man from Hyamdal novels.
$9 if we want to buy Man from Hyamdal and the Devil Woman. Alright. But we got about 5 minutes left here until the stream's gonna end, so we should probably call her right about here. We'll save the game. Actually, why don't we go and walk back towards the apartment building, so we'll remember for next time that that's what we have to do, since we're not actually... I can't get back. Can I get there from here? I forgot. No, I can't get there from here. Since we're actually taking tomorrow off from stream as usual, we'll be back Wednesday, of course, on the other site. You know the one. Yeah, let's go put ourselves on the balcony so we'll remember for next time. Still didn't enjoy trying to learn feats in Neverwinter Nights, and ugh, yeah, no, you'd rather just play BX or even AD&D at that point. BX. I'm drawing a blank. Basic expert, I don't think I ever heard it referred to as that. At one point, the darling of the OSR scene like a year ago. Ah, I see. Alright. But, why don't I find someone else to raid out to here. Let me put my stuff in here, should anybody be interested. If anybody watching isn't familiar with me, I'm Beige Samurai. Stream a lot of indie and retro games, as well as dance games in VR. We did a little dance dash earlier. And hanging out in VR chat, where we do a full, and occasionally do lectures in VR on philosophy, psychology, media analysis, all of that kind of stuff. I did remember No Zyre this time, yes. Believe it or not. Can you believe it? I remembered. Yeah. On Wednesdays, I also do a spicy stream on a certain other website, which I cannot direct you to. But if you know, you know. So, but yeah. That should be a good time. And then we'll be back here on Thursday. We'll probably do more disco. Might do something else. We will see. Why? Well, here's a furry who is playing Disco Elysium as well. How convenient. Why don't we go raid out to them? So yeah. Alright, well. Thanks everyone for hanging with me tonight. I had a wonderful time. You're a bunch of wonderful, beautiful beans, all of you. So hopefully I'll see you all very soon. And yeah. Yep, have a great night, Andy. Match, Dump. Anybody else who's still hanging around? Thanks for chilling. And I'll see y'all soon. Alright. Have a great one, all.